Chapter 1. Get up. I want you out of this house by tonight. And never come back. My mom said it was more like yelling. It was an unusual day in this house. My mother had fed up with me. She thinks I was sleeping with other guys. Well, let's put it this way. She thinks I'm a slut, my own mother. I am mixed race. My father was mixed, and my mother is white. I got my hair from my mother. It was straight, black and long. To be honest, I don't know where I got my eyes from. Not like my mum, and not like my dad as I can remember. They were blue as the oceans, clear as the crystals, adored by many. My eyes are the best things about my appearance. They attract, draw in, and entice people. My name is Chameleia. Everybody calls me Leah since Cam is too masculine. I don't know much about my father since he left us at my 5. Only that he was mixed and my mother meeting him was a mistake. Therefore, so was I. I tried not to let this fact get through me, but it was not easy as it was a constant reminder. I woke up with a start. My wolf was always seeing 2 pair of eyes. Both green, equally beautiful, yet I did not know the owners. Neither did she. Waking up, I brushed my hair, brushed my teeth. You know the drill. When the thought came to me, what did she mean when she said she wanted me out of the house? Where should I go? I have no one to rely on. I thought that with tears streaming down my face. My wolf always hated her rejection. It's against nature to hate your pup, but she did. I dried my tears. I can get through it. I am stronger than that. I said it loud, urging myself to believe the truth. I am strong. I have not cried since the first time my mother slapped me when I was 10. I can't remember the detail why she did that to me, but the pain marked me and reminded once and once again, she hates me. I remembered we were moving house after that quite a few times. Now I'm 17. I have no time for tears. I have to go to school. I will have my class and back to home, then think of where should I go or what should I do later. I can't believe she said that to you. It was crescent night. Patty, my bestie, screamed. She was the only person who knew what was happening at school. To boys, I'm a hot, confident chick that they will never be with. To girls, I was nice, but there were a few envious ones, filled with hate. I trust no one except Patty. Just don't know why. I had a feeling that I can trust her. But it still took a few weeks until I accept her. It was not easy for her and me. I know. I don't even want to think about it. I just need to leave that house and... My voice turning into a whisper. And? Patty asked curiously. I want a mate to love me. I want to feel his touch. I want him to kiss me and take me in. I want to see the owner of those eyes that capture my dreams every night. I said, seeing Patty's funny reaction. Okay, enough of the mates talk. We're here. I plastered a fake smile. It became my morning routine and walked out of the car. The volume of the car park became quieter as people noticed we came, but then went back to normal as we passed them and walked into the hallways. It was the first day back after summer. It happened every morning I went to school, like I was a royalty. I never knew why. The quietness. But I got used to it, not bad. This school was not so big. Located in countryside, owned by our alpha, which had twin sons who will rule together. It was based in England. It was the biggest pack in Europe and covered most of it. The 2 sons were practically royalty. They will never come to here, and I never seen or met them. They were looking for a mate who was going to be queen to their kingdom, which will be later on. Everyone knew that they had to be a certain age to get the throne. Even if they were old enough, they still had to wait for their grandfather to get off the throne. It will then be their father, and then finally theirs. On the good side, when they inherit the throne, they will be older and wiser. Plus, they can enjoy their youth. In the meantime, while looking for their Luna, did you hear about the new teachers? There are 2 of them. One teaches chemistry and the other physics. Total eye candy, apparently. I don't know how I'm going to concentrate. Patty went on and on, fanning her face, red cheeks with her hands. To be honest, I never looked at guys. I only ever wanted my mate, so I could care less about the immature boys here. They are twins, meaning they share mate. Where twins are very rare, it's not possessive as you may think between each other because they share everything. It helps them deal with sharing a mate. However, add a random male to the 3 mates and he is a dead man. Patty, there is always a hot teacher at this school. They are all wares. Well, except for Mr. Kleist, I said with a shiver. I saw her nod with agreement. Anyway, what do you have first? I asked as the bell rang. Right now, I have physics with a Mr. Prince, new teacher. Maybe. He's one of the twins. She screamed, jumping up and down. Damn, I had that too. Be ready for drooling girls. People around us were starting to stare. I grabbed her hand and pulled. I don't want to be late on my first day. When we reached the classroom, I did not bother to look up and just moved to my normal place. The middle of the classroom, like they knew that was my place, people would just move their ass and keep away from me. There is that royalty thing again. It was a way that people treated me, and I have no reason why. Maybe I was too independent. Well, everyone except my mother. I took deep breaths to rid of the thought. Where should I sleep tonight? Damn then. I had thoughts of where I would be sleeping tonight. I took deep breaths and waiting for the teacher to come to drag myself into my school books. It was a distraction. Hello class, I'm Mr. Prince, but call me Evan. That voice brought shivers to my spine and did something to my core. My eyes snapped up to the teacher that just came into the room. Mine, I whispered. His eyes were looking at the others in the classroom, as if searching for me. When they reached mine, after what felt like eternity, I gasped. Ours, he whispered, which we could all hear because of our heightened hearing. They were the green eyes from my dream, one of them. Time stood still as I drowned in his eyes. He was definitely mine. My wolf way excited, I wanted to claim him right there and then. I am here to get some experience for 2 weeks, he said, still looking into my eyes. Then my wolf responded, 2 weeks, 2 weeks. Then he will leave me. I tried to calm her. You need do something before he leaves. My wolf yelling to me. After introduction, he did the register. Manon, here, Suzanne, call me Susan, she said in a seductive voice, spinning her hair around her finger. I growled so low, yet so threatening. Suddenly I stopped, realizing I became possessive, and blushed. He smiled and carried on as if to ignore her. Chameleia? I could not respond. The way my name rolled off his tongue made me hot. My heart raced. Patty nudged me. I'm here, Evan. I responded. He looked up, and I heard the rapid beat of his heart. He looked back into my eyes. My heart stopped. Curse werewolf hearing he noticed and smirked, making me blush once again. My first physics class just ended like I never had it. When the lesson finished, Evan said, Okay, everyone, lesson is over. You may leave. Leah, I need to speak to you. My heartbeat increased as he said my nickname. The girls gave me jealous stares. See you next lesson. I'll save you a seat. Love you. Patty said with a wink, before walking out with the rest of the class. When they were gone, I walked up to Evan. Yes, sir. I could feel power radiating from him. He looked like Adam before he sinned. Handsome does not even begin to describe. Leah. He was in front of me, in a flash. Mine? He said. I shivered before him. We were toe-to-toe, his eyes searching mine. He was trying to control his wolf, but also searching my eyes, the windows to my soul. I sense sadness, even though you have found me. My mother was still on my mind. I need time to think it through. Can we talk after school, sir? I saw him trying to control his wolf as I said, Sir, like he was my master. His eyes flashed gold, fighting his wolf, then turned back to normal. Okay, I'll be here, he said. I knew I can trust him. That's what I shall do. I walked out, and then it hit me. For my mate was my substitute teacher. Chapter 2. Realization had sunk in. My teacher was my mate. I was not going to be stubborn and deny the only person that could love me. The only person I could go to for help. I could not do that to myself. The rest of the day went quick in anticipation of meeting my mate after school. I was totally in the clouds, spending the time in my imagination during my other lessons. I was nervous, but my wolf was bursting with happiness and excitement. As the bell rang, my heart skipped a beat. While walking out of the classroom, I felt a hand grab my ass. I turned around and slapped the boy across his face. Just because he is a jackass does not mean he owns the school, or has any rights whatsoever to my ass. The look on his eyes mirrored Nancy, my enemy, which was also the latest girl he had walked his hands around. Bitch, you just hit my man. Nancy screamed. Ignoring the urge to block my ears, I said, Nancy, I'm not in the mood for your bully. You are just one of the many whores. Nothing special to him. Get yourself a real man. I turned to walk away from her shocked face, and maybe a higher self-esteem. What happened? And, Patty asked. She came to find me, burning red. Nothing, jackass grabbed my ass, I mumbled. She just burst out laughing, saying, he never learned. Between laughs. Any other day, I would have found the situation of her grabbing her stomach and laughing funny. But I just said, Patty, I've got something to do. I'll walk home today. When she sobered up, she just said, goodbye. gave me a hug, and exited the building, while I made my way up to the physics classroom, my heart beating with every step I took closer to my destination. The door was half open. "Mate!" my wolf excited. I'm sure he heard my heart, because he raised his head and saw me looking at him. I can tell he was so beautiful, even the dim light, my eyes were stuck on him. He came closer to me, shut the door behind me, holding me securely against it without saying a word. I was still mesmerized by his eyes when he brought his lips closer to mine and gently allowed the fireworks only one could bring to explode. My eyes closed shut as I allowed myself to be hypnotized by the only comfort I felt in years. When the kiss slowly ended, I was still in a daze. My eyes fluttered open to his, and I saw love. The beauty of mates is that you don't have to know that person to love them. You just fell instantly. They don't hate you for your faults or family. He gently took my hand and leaded me to the desk. "My mate, why are you sad?" he asked me. I looked down, not knowing what to say, if he would hate me because my mother always did. He brought his finger on my chin and directed me back to his eyes, the green ones that captured me dreams. I told him, "I don't know where to go. My mother has had enough of me. I am and was never loved by her. She just abandoned me. She wanted me out of her house." He wiped the tear that fell down my cheek and said, "Don't worry. I promise to take care of you. Me and my brother will love you." "Brother?" I asked with a look of shock. "Yes, my twin. You are our mate. We are yours. We would protect you. You will be our queen," he said. My gasp filled the room. Twin but, wait, queen? My eyes widening, I was forced to bow my head before him as I felt the power that radiated from him this morning back again. "Lift your head, mate. You will bow down to me as much as I bow down to you. You are royalty too. Can't you see how you silenced a crowd? The power behind your words and your air of authority? You are a princess, soon to be queen. And allow me to say sorry for not introducing myself before kissing you," he said. While I was shocked, the door opened and I lifted my head to see another, most beautiful man. "Icky," exclaimed my wolf. My eyes stuck to the pair of eyes in my dream. I realized he was Edwin and blushed. The only difference was their hair and the color of their eyes. Edwin was light green, and the other prince was darker green. Edwin had darker hair, which brought out his eyes. On the other hand, the other prince had lighter hair, light brown with hints of blonde in it, while Edwin had just brown and a darker shade. I noticed I was looking back and forth between them, and I was standing from the shock. Then I looked down, blushing, noticing their eyes were on me. "I am Edwin Prince, and he is Edwin." With the voice of pure silk, my eyes snapped to his. "We are your mates." My wolf jumped in joy at his acceptance of us. I smiled at the last bit, knowing I would have two people to protect me. "When do you need to move from your mother's house?" Edwin asks. "She gave me until tonight." I said with sadness in my heart, remembering the rejection from my mother. "Don't be sad, my love. One way or another, you'll have to move in with us, and the sooner you do, the sooner you'll be accepted by our family and come live with us," said Edwin. My heart grew when he mentioned me as his love. I was getting nervous because I knew I was going to meet the King of Wearers, but I put that feeling aside. "Okay, I have to get my things." "Will you come with me?" I asked, hoping I wasn't asking too much. "Of course, we would never leave you unless necessary." Edwin makes it sound like I said something crazy. I looked at Edwin and saw agreement and certainty in his eyes. They both held my hand and gave me the comfort I needed. Suddenly, I was drawn into Edwin, as I had the same experience with him as I did with the kiss of Edwin. I was a bit guilty about confusing them at first and having two of them, but to were twins, it was not as bad as humans think it is. When the kiss was over all too soon, the boys drove me to the house I never called home, with my guidance. It was then I heard they'd come to this school for a few weeks, because their dad had heard what my presence did to people and found it amazing, so they were sent to teach, only to discover that one is me, their mate. Chapter 3. As we drew up to my house, I was scared that they saw the terrible background I came from, that they would reject me and want nothing to do with me. When they saw the person, which I called Mother, treat me with, the way they did, that they would treat me like that. My mum took away anything I bring back from school. My trophy of physics contest, my gifts from Patty for my days. No, she will never take away my mates from me. All the restless feelings subsided when they held my hand in reassurance. When we got home, I opened the door and shyly welcomed them in. We passed the kitchen, where any normal mother would come out and hug her daughter and ask her how her day was, but that's not how I grew up. My mother didn't care if I had a good day or not. I'll make myself dinner, do my homework, and go to bed after reading a book. My mother always working, as long as she didn't drag different men into the house. Sometimes I could hear she was yelling at someone, but I just ignored them. And recently she was with a new guy. She would never come back this early. A tender hand on waist and a reassuring hand on my cheek brought me back. I blushed, noticing all their attention was on me. This is how mate will do, to give you attention when your own mother failed. I grabbed Edwin's hands and held them tightly around my waist, whilst moving Evan's body closer to mine, letting them be my source of hope, help, and courage. This lasts for 5 minutes, with my mates holding me. I looked up and gave both a kiss in gratitude. I led them to my room. I started packing all the things I will need, knowing only to bring my best things because they will give me clothes to buy and wear to get the place I will be happy to call a home. A home, I whispered. I whispered, a home? They asked together. Yes, that is where I will be going. Home. I've never considered this place home. Home is where the heart is. I replied, hoping to not explain more. The smiles that broke out on their faces told me that they got exactly what I was saying. Home, I whispered once again. Home, they replied with unison. We packed my belongings, not taking much time, and loaded them into the car. I invited Evan and Edwin to stay with me while I wrote the note to my mother, but I doubt she will ever read it. They waited for me patiently, reassuring me that I was not just wasting their time. My mother came back at this point. Who are these? She asked, not even saying a hello. Well, what did I expect? Mum, this is Evan and Edwin. They are my mates. I told my mum. There was a look of surprise in her eyes, but shock drowned them. After a while of staring, my mum used her voice again. Ah, you're leaving, fine. She looked at the boys, asked with a tone of sarcasm, You sure you want this little bitch? My heart broke at the negative word she used to describe me. For a moment, I thought Evan and Edwin would agree with her, but then I remember the everlasting love of a mate. She is the one we have been looking for whole time. Why would we let her go? Edwin asked rhetorically. She means a lot to us. We would not dare let her go. We must leave before it's too late. Evan added, oh yes, the love of a mate. How can I forget this bullshit? At least someone would love you. Now get out here and don't come back. My job done with you, she said, kind of more relief than complaint. That's weird. Bye, Ruth, I said, looking her dead in the eyes. I am tired of all the things she has done. I cannot stand her abusive words anymore. This was a way of showing her that I did not need her, and I refused to call her what I wished she would be when I was a child. Mum, thanks for giving me life, but that's all. We turned around and left the house I always dreamed of leaving. It's like I finally checked out my room from a cheap hotel. A normal teenager would be reluctant to leave their house at this age, but I held my head up high. As soon as I got in the car, I took deep breaths to calm down. My mates were doing the same as me. It must have been hard to see someone you love hurt and degraded like that. I held both of their hands to calm them down, knowing that my touch would do just that. Where are we going? I asked them. I could not go to the palace. Not like this, to meet a king, their grandfather. First, we are going to a restaurant to have a dinner, then we will check into the hotel. Edwin answered. Leah, I'm sure you must be hungry and tired. Evan finished. My name on his lips made me love it even more. They both held me in their embrace until we came to a stop outside a small restaurant. It was beautiful. I've never seen it before today. It was not so fancy, which I am glad for. We got to a table when we entered the restaurant. The waitress came and took our order, giving a flirtatious wink to my men before leaving, making me growl. They both put a hand on mine, which made me stop. Ashamed of my behavior, I looked down. I have never been this possessive, but it's not me who to be blamed. My own father left me, and my mother hated me. I want no one claiming what is mine. In 3 days' time, we would take you to meet the royal family of England. Evan said. Hearing my heartbeat increase, he added, No worry, they would love you immediately. Edwin stroked my hand, giving me a smile, making my heart flutter. The smile did wonders, but certainly did not calm my beating heart. I smiled back. I'm sorry we could not have found you earlier, Evan said. It was so hard to come to England, and searching for you was hard. What do you mean, come to England? I thought, here is your homeland. Does not your grandfather rule England now? I asked. I was confused and getting a headache. No, we come from America. We have travelled most of Europe looking for you since we were 18. It took quite effort to come here because the King of England thought he needed to make better arrangements for us to come. You will be coming back to America with us. In a matter of months, you would be the Queen. Edwin said. Don't worry about all that yet. We will have enough time to think about those details. For now, let's just get to know each other better, said Evan. The rest of the dinner was peaceful. I got to know more about the boys. They were both 20 years old now. They were brought up in American state Greenville for the Were Kingdom. They have been learning how to rule the werewolf kingdom for 10 years. When they found their mate, she was supposed to be the queen for them, and the kingdom which represented the females and the children of the world. They will rule the kingdom, and all the alphas around the world would listen to them and their instruction. They were ready for the job, and could not wait to have their chosen Luna by their sides. Finding a mate was their dream. I was their Luna, and they were my alphas. Chapter 4. At the end of the day, my mates and I left the restaurant after a nice meal. It was one of the best I've had out of school. Of course, I have to cook after school. Who else would do that for me? I was not lucky enough to have the amazing support system that I have right now. We walked hand in hand to the car and set off for the hotel. I passed it many times on my way downtown, and its beauty always amuses me, which is why I was surprised to see us park there. The doorman opened the door and I went out, feeling very uncomfortable. I still have the clothes I wore to school, and walking into this place seems to require a brand and a label. I recalibrated the look on my face and walked behind Edwin, with Evan followed me. I was stuck from the moment I set foot in the hotel, and a chuckle came from my behind, which I knew belonged to Evan. I cannot wait to see when we go home if this is your reaction now, Evan said in a teasing voice. I smiled and replied, Me either. I cannot wait to go to our home, Edwin intervened. I like the sound of that, I responded. Me too, Edwin said. We walked further into the hotel, and I was led to an elevator of many buttons. A waiter in the elevator bowed us and pressed the right button for us. I was kind of abstracted. My thoughts were on Greenville Kingdom and what it was like there. What was it like in Greenville? I heard the name many times, but no one told me about it, I asked. It is a wonderful kingdom. The people there are happy. It is always sunny. When we were not studying, we had more than enough time to see the beautiful sights, Evan said. It's wonderful, and I would not have wished to be brought up in a different place. The kingdom is made by the goddess perfectly. We thank her every night for it at the rituals the queen performs every 4 months. It is the most glorious nights, and the whole people look forward to it, Edwin said with glowing eyes. It sounds wonderful, I whispered, and closed my eyes trying to imagine what it must be like to be there. The elevator bell rang at this point. Edwin led me to an amazing room. It was a presidential suite. It was unbelievable, graceful, and I liked the colour scheme of gold and red, fit for a king, or princess in this case. The room which they let me lead myself around had foyer, which had a staircase which led into the upstairs. On the downstairs was a lounge with different paintings on the walls and sumptuous sofas beautifully arranged. I followed my feet upstairs and welcomed by 3 open doors. 2 were bedrooms which had been tidied, and the other was a bathroom, with the most exquisite toilet shower and jacuzzi-looking bathtub. I longed to go in there. I felt guilty for wandering in this room, no apartment, and went back to the boys downstairs who were sitting in the lounge. This is quite an apartment, I exclaimed. You are right. The King of England did do a lot of arrangements for you two to come. Wow, that sounds strange saying. Their laughter told me I had said the last part out loud and immediately hid my face in my hands. They came up to me and removed my hands from my burning cheeks and snapped a kiss upon them. I love your blush, Edwin said, and Evan, in response. That did not help my blush, and I got even a shade redder. With my skin tone, it was hard to see, and I was happy for that. After a while, all the awkwardness of meeting them had passed away. I laid my head on Edwin's knee and my feet upon Evan's thighs. His hand done wonders to remove all the tension in my feet, while Edwin brushed his hands through my hair in a soothing pattern. What was it like growing up in such a place as Greenville? I asked. It was great. Everyone loved it. Being a prince does give you a lot of respect. It's hard to walk alone in the street because of our position. Many people don't like having royalty among the wares, but if that's the point, they'll stay away from our state. A lot of people go there. It was almost a ritual that everyone goes there once they turn 16, either to find a mate or to enjoy the beauty of their beloved city. Everyone has heard of it. Why haven't you been there? Edwin said. Jay, I asked my mother to take me there, but she refused, as if I had asked her to marry the man who had left us. She doesn't want me to go there, I answered. I heard Edwin and Evan growled in unison and tried to soothe them the best I did in my position. I'm sorry I have too many burdens. I bet you did not wish for a mate with this background, I said. Nonsense, they replied. It only makes you more mature at the age of 17. Evan said, Not that we wish upon you what you have gotten, but we do not blame you for that. We wish to make it up to you, love you more, and spoil you in a way you never have been. Edwin continued, we love that you have been in this situation and gotten through it the way you have without any help. Although we wish we could be there for you through most of it. Evan finished. It brought tears to my eyes. I knew they would never hate me, but hearing those words made me realize what I was missing and that they would do anything to be there for me. They kissed the eyes which the tears have fallen from. Do you know your father? Edwin asked curiously. I don't know much of him. My mother never spoke of him, just said he left us on my birthday, but he came to visit us occasionally before my 5. Then he decided to disappear and never showed up again. I remember when I thought about the best days of my life while he appeared in my memory. Those days will never leave my memory. He was mixed race. He came from Colombia. I've always wanted to go there, but Mum would never take me. He came to England and met his father, who was rich. My mother never took any money from him, though. I was a mistake to her. I was not expected to him also. I always thought it was because me he left us. Well, we are lucky. You were no mistake to us. Evan reassured with a smile which put my heart off track for a few seconds. Do you still remember his name? Harry. That's the name I would always remember. Harry Maxwell, I said, wondering where this was going. The Harry Maxwell who is heir to the England throne. Evan asked, sitting up to have a better look at my face. My confused face? What are you talking about? Yes, Harry Maxwell, heir to the throne. Same name with my father, yeah. I burst out laughing. That's what you do when you find out your father, who left you, is one of royalty. I sobered up pretty quick when I noticed they were not laughing with me. Why aren't you laughing? I asked. There were too many Harry Maxwells in England. It was just a common name owned by an irresponsible father or our heir to the throne. I'm being serious, replied Evan. His mother was from Colombia. When his father, the Prince of England, was going around the world to find their mate, then his father found his mother and took her to England with him. She found out she was pregnant and flew back home for shelter. People wanted to harm her and her baby because they were black and the prince was white, and there was racial tensions at that time. They ended up seeking shelter, and the prince could not find her and his son. They came out when the boy was old enough to look after him and his mother. They went back to England, and the king was happy to be near his mates and to meet his son, who had problems adjusting. Yeah, quite a long story. The prince became king, and the son became prince. After that, the royal family had twins, which everyone knew about. But why did he leave my mother? If he is the prince, why would he do that to his own child? I don't even know if they were mates. Mum never talked about them. He found his mate. He is still with her at this moment. We had met him before we found you, Edwin said. I tensed up knowing that my father was with another woman and probably have other children of his own. I want to see him. Can you take me to him, please? I asked, not knowing if I wanted to meet him or not. Of course, we would love to. If you want, we could go with you. But it will take some time to make necessary arrangement. They replied with a smile, which I could not return easily. I'm tired. I think I'm going to go to sleep, I said, physically and emotionally exhausted. He can have my room. I will sleep in the other room, said Edwin. The rooms are big. Me and my brother can share one. They took me to my room. I dressed for bed and crawled into bed. It smelled like Edwin and Evan that I missed. I turned over and over again. I got out of bed and walked to the other room, hoping to jump into their bed. Maybe that's the reason keeping me awake. I went into the room and climbed over Edwin to the middle, under the sheets. I kissed Edwin goodnight and then Evan, wishing I'd done it sooner, but I was too caught up in my thoughts and exhaustion. They both turned to me and hugged me gently. I felt lucky for once. I know it's a lot to deal with, but we are always here for you, when you need it the most. Edwin said, before I fell asleep between my two mates. Chapter 5. I woke up in between two people. I had not got enough time to get used to them being my mates, yet I have not yet gotten used to them sleeping next to me. I became aware of how I looked like in the morning and pulled the cover over my face. At least I did not wake up to my mother kicking me out for no reason. I heard chuckles and figured they were awake and buried my face deeper into the warm covers where their bodies laid next to mine. It was the best feeling in the world. Don't laugh at me, I mumbled, wishing this would stop them. Don't hide from us then. They replied at the same time. I knew you will come to us. After all, we cannot sleep without each other, Edwin said. That I did not know of. How am I going to survive if one of them is out doing pack duties? It's killing me, just thinking about it. Don't worry, one of us will be with you in bed. At least one of us. We prefer to sleep with you together. They then moved the cover from my face. I was welcomed with a dark room, although I was sure all you could see behind the curtains were grey. I did not like the thought and wanted to be out of England so bad. Greenville is where I want to go. With my mates. What are we doing today? I asked. First of all, we need to buy you some new clothes. You need more than what you have now. We will have to do a little one here and then a bigger one once we get to Greenville, said Edwin. I always loved the fashion around the world, but I never knew how to dress in a big style because I dressed so ordinary. Like every other teen, nothing special. I loved dresses. I was a girl in that respect, but I always associated myself with boys, who I see as brothers. I have one girlfriend, Patty. I need to talk to her, by the way. You know, about having mates, which happens to be two of our male teachers, for one day, and, oh yeah, is princes to the world of wares. I got a headache thinking about what my last 24 hours have been like. I need to go to school today. I need to talk to Patty and tell her that I have two mates and say goodbye. Calm down. We need to go in today anyway. We need to tell the principal we found whom we have been looking for, and we will be leaving the job now. Evan said, It's only 7. You have enough time to be in school for 8,045. No rush. Edwin sat up and gently put me on his lap. My head was resting against his bare chest. This warmed me up instantly because our blood are more warmer than human. Edwin's warmer, maybe male is? I smiled and reached my hand out to feel Evan's body, to bring those extra energy to the one flowing in my body from Edwin's touch. Evan kissed my lips and I could not have wished to be at a better moment than this. I forgot all about going to school. Well, almost. But first I'm going to enjoy the warmth of their touch. Listening to Edwin's heartbeat, it gave me comfort. I wished it beat for me as mine beats for him and Evan. I smiled against Evan's lips. I love this so much, but we need to go, I told them. They held me tighter to their bodies. My wolf rejoiced at this. 5 more minutes, Edwin said. 10 more minutes, Evan said at the same time. I laughed, getting out of their strong grips, which was hard because they were alphas for a reason, but they gave up and gave me freedom, much to my wolf's displeasure. I want to be alive to see them again. Patty would eat me alive if I don't tell her all the story. She surely did not like my threat, knowing how much truth they held. I got out of the room and got back to my original one to change and freshen up with a shower, and the rest. It felt so good. The shower, if that's what you called it, it had to be something more sophisticated. It felt so good to rest my muscles. I got out to the cool temperature outside the shower and dried. I got dressed to go to school in a long top, which my mates put there, and jeggings, a mixture of jeans and leggings, with high tops. The feminine ones with a heel. I put on a hint of makeup knowing I did not need much. It felt good, not having to make my face with it like most girls do at school. Simple. That's how I like to go. I got out of my room and went into the kitchen. I stood outside the door watching the boys in the kitchen. They were hot. Even that was an understatement. Dressed in today's overalls with no ties and top buttons unbuttons, they looked great walking around the kitchen together in sync. I don't need breakfast. They looked better than the food they were making. They seemed to enjoy what they were doing. They are mine. I stood for a moment, drooling, before they noticed my presence. They both threw me a wink. I giggled, my face lighting up, and cleared my throat. I have never giggled this much in my life. Well, I did with Dad, before he left. But this was surely something, like I'm falling in love, not lust. I blushed deeper at the thought. Pretending not to notice, I moved to Evan. I gave him a kiss, and did the same to Edwin. They responded immediately. Breakfast is ready, Evan said. It was 8,000 by the time we ate. I knew the cooking was good, but I could not focus on the taste, enough to notice their talent. Instead, my mind settled for wondering what they must taste like. Their smiles told me they knew exactly what I was thinking, making me blush as they chuckled. You blush is beautiful. Good thing we get to see it often, Evan said. Hey, don't tease me, I exclaimed. You're just beautiful, Edwin said. Damn, they ate just being evil. Not. I covered my face with my hands, not wanting them to see the deeper blush. I'm going to brush my teeth. Leave dishes to me, I said, getting up from my chair. I brushed my teeth and rushed out to do the dishes, finding the dishes already done. I said, leave them to me. It's not fair, you guys cooked it's only just that I washed up. We need to go, or we are going to be late. Plus, you have done enough dishes for all your past, Evan said. Fine, I said, pouting. I met them at the door, and we went out together. We got into school on time. I said bye and went away to my classes. I found Patty on the way to my lockers. She was standing against my locker. She seems not happy, as I was supposed to tell her what would happen to me because my mother sent me out. Can we talk at lunch? We are going to be late, I asked. Fine, but you're not getting out of this so soon. Did you know today is Mr. Evan and Edwin's last day? Wow, word spreads quick, I said with a frown. I wonder if anyone has heard about them being my mate. Yeah, I know. Now let's go. We are losing time. The day went by surprisingly quick. I had lesson with Evan, but not Edwin, and I was itching to feel his touch. Firstly, I needed to talk to Patty before she skins me alive. I have been rushing her around to avoid telling her the news. Everything was fine. I am good, Patty, I reassured her. I dragged her outside so that I would not have to worry about anyone hearing our conversation. Don't be mad I did not tell you, but I found my mates, I said, excited. She looked a bit mad, but then broke out into a smile. She then started squealing and then froze, all in the space of about 30 seconds. Ooh, mates? You mean more than one? But how? I don't understand. You said mates, right? With the S at the end making it more than one. Am I right? I wanted to shut her up, but she looked cute trying to figure it out. She raised one eyebrow. It's too hard for her, maybe. I guess I would have to tell her then. Edwin and Evan, you know the new teachers, I said. She started squealing again, then stopped. But how and where are you living? I thought only Prince Wolves are twins. Are they the princes of England? No, they are not the princes of England. Patty blew out a breath of relief. They are the princes of Greenville, I continued. She looked like she was going to faint. Damn, she had enough mood swings to last her a week. Start from the beginning. I need to know all the details. Now, she ordered. My wolf did not like it, but she did deserve an explanation. So I told her everything. It was the last class, and Patty was happy for me. She released her hairband and gave it to me as a gift for luck. It's good to know she's with me, but now I need to touch Edwin before I go crazy. When the bell finally rang, the teacher dismissed us. I walked straight to his classroom, grabbed his hand and pressed it to my face. A day is a struggle without his touch. I miss him so much. It's new to me. I've never been so dependent on someone, and it scares me a little bit. We both had our eyes closed and forgot the door open. Good, you found her, Evan said, bringing his arms around my waist to breathe in my scent. It felt amazing. We should go now. I have asked the prince if we can see him today. You need answers from your father. This made me grab onto his shirtful, wishing he would not stop this get-together yet. I needed a few minutes of their touch. It was a necessity, like I thirsted for it. My father has been away from my mind. I kept pushing him away, but now he was back there. Let's go, I said, mainly to myself. I needed to let go, but I couldn't. Edwin kissed my lips deeply. This was the first time it was this deep. Sparks ignite all over my body. This kiss reassured me I could handle. When it was over, Evan gently guided me to his lips and kissed me. I could not compare them to each other. They were the same deepness. But this one gave me confidence, the other reassurance. Both what I needed for when I saw my father. Chapter 6, Daddy. I love you. You can't leave me. I cried into my dad's arms. I don't want a baby, but I have to. When you get a mate, you will see how much you love them. I love you so much, but Ruth is not my mate. My dad said, will you visit me? I asked with much hope, as any 5-year-old could have. I will. And, he said with tears in his eyes. He said them like he wished he could, but something was stopping him. Daddy, say it. I want to hear you say it. I will come and visit you as soon as I can. Just remember, I love you. Be safe. He promised me, still with tears in his eyes, though he was too strong to let them fall. Wake up, baby. We are nearly there. I heard a deep, sexy voice saying, wake up, babe, he said again. I opened my eyes to look into some light green eyes that I knew belonged to Evan. I blinked to clear my vision. We're still on our way to see my father. After my last memory of him, I didn't know what to say to him. I lost all confidence. I just want to see him again, find out why he left me. The 5-year-old me wanted to know why he had broken his promise. Harry was his name. I tried never to forget it. When I was 5 years old, I always wanted to remember thinking he would come back one day. We're nearly at the castle. We will be meeting your father there. Evan brought me out of my thoughts. It was a long drive. We were arriving, Lake District. The English royal family picked that location because it is surrounded by nature and beauty. It has more land to run around. It was one that stood out from the rest of England. Okay, wow, this is beautiful, I said. Lake District was a British werewolf perfect place. Britain did not have miles of dense areas with woods and grass. Being here was so amazing, we could run for miles enjoying the pure bliss of freedom. Most of us came here for camping to do so. This beauty could not compare to the large city in any way. Mum never took me. Actually, Dad once took me when I was 3, one of the best memories with him. He always went here without me and my mother. I never knew why, but Mum was okay with it. Those were the times I missed him, before he left completely. Evan, who was sitting in the back with me, seemed to realise that something was wrong with me, and he put a hand on mine and rubbed it several times across my back. It made me feel much better. I wanted to touch Edwin, but he was driving, and I don't think it would be smart for me to distract him. Here we are, Edwin said, and I beheld the beautiful sight before me. It was magnificent. We were driving up to the castle. It grew, and we came closer. This was the main castle, so it was big. It looked beautiful. It looked like a classic castle, but with a modernized twist to it. It was lovely. We parked the car in the parking lot and walked hand in hand to the door. I was in the middle, of course. It felt as if I was the center of their lives. My wolf rejoiced in the though. I was smiling at her happiness. Even in a time like this, my wolf would do her best to cheer me up. My mates helped. I brought Evan's lips to mine, enjoying the sparks that were set ablaze, and then kissed Edwin, who ignited something inside me like fire. I wanted to carry on with the kisses so much that I nearly forgot what we were here to do. I broke away from Edwin blushing. Thank you so much. Please don't let go of me, hands in there. I need you both. I said, your touch, I whispered. I whispered, wouldn't dream of it, babe, Evan said. I loved it when they called me babe. It felt good. Unlike the jerks at school who were always hitting on me and calling me babe, as if it would make me fall to my knees in front of them. We rang the doorbell and waited for someone to answer. The door was opened by someone in a maid outfit. She had a kind and lovely face. I could tell she was aware. Evan and Edwin Prince. Welcome. I will let Harry and the King know you are here. I'm supposed to bring you to the study when you arrive. She led the way. The palace was beautiful, and I've never seen such a marvelous place. This was like a dream house. I hope my new home in Greenville will be as beautiful as this. We reached the study after a while of walking. They were still holding my hands gently in theirs. My heart was pounding. I wanted to see the man who had left me. I wanted to know why he left me with that woman, and why he never came back. The maid knocked on the double doors. They were opened, and I walked in. Yes, and for sure, in front of me was the man who I've always wanted to see, with someone who looked like him. It was his father, my grandfather. He had a happy glint in his eyes, but his face was expressionless. My father was right in front of me, and I didn't know what to say. My voice squeezed my hands in reassurance. Leonard, it's nice to see you again. Evan said, welcome to England. Leonard, my grandfather said, hope you are having a good time. Yes, we have found what we were looking for, Edwin said. My eyes were still on my father. He was looking into mine as if trying to remember how I looked like when he left me on my 5. He was a handsome man and had not changed much. But I doubt he could recognize me without our werewolf's blood ties. Dad, you never came back, I said to him. I wanted to honey, but you, mother, didn't want me to find you. I tried searching for you, but came up with nothing, he said with a look of anguish in his eyes. My mum always moved away, and now I knew why. It sounded like the truth, but he could have tried harder, although the look in his eyes tore through me. But you promised. You should have tried harder, I told him. It was the 5-year-old in me speaking. I did, and there were some nights I could not sleep, thinking about you, worrying any trouble find you. My mate even couldn't help. He told me, quote, his mate, that hurt. I looked straight in his eyes, hoping he could see the pain I felt. What about my mum? I asked him. If she wasn't his mate, why did he even look at her? She was my first love. But then I found my mate. The only reason I stayed with your mum was because of you. I have 2 sons, your brothers. They are twins, just like your mates. They are a few months older than you. I found out your mum was pregnant after I left her, and my mate was already pregnant with the boys. I could not leave your mother or you, but I had to. He told me he preferred his sons over me. He left me, but not them. He saw the hurt expression on my face. I feel he was up to something, but I have no time to worry about him now. Honey, I'm sorry. I never meant to hurt you. He came and gave me a hug. It felt good to be in my father's arms again. His heat melted the ice covered on my heart. I wanted to forgive him. I am not one to hold a grudge. Dad, these are my mates. Evan and Edwin Prince. I told my dad after our embrace. They found me and took me in yesterday because Mom didn't want me anymore. They brought me here. They make everything better, I told my dad. I saw him wince when I told him my own mother didn't want me anymore. Anyone else looking for you recently? He asked. No. I turned to Evan and Edwin. Only them. Take care of my daughter boys. My father said. Dan, always. They replied in sync. Do I have a grandma? I asked my dad. I saw Grandpa, but I have not seen Grandma in here. She is resting at the moment. You will have time to see her tomorrow. Grandpa said. Do you want to meet your stepmother? My father asked. But I did not know if I was ready for that, but gave a small nod. His face brightened. He looked like he was having a conversation in his head. I guess he was talking to her. Then soon she came in the double doors. She looks beautiful. She was elegant with pretty hair. Just my mother. I could not help but wish she was my mother when she came to me and hugged me. It felt good. And I knew I already loved her. Hello, I'm Judy. It's nice to meet you. I've waited years, she said. I can sense that was from her heart. I smiled at her happiness. The fact that she did not hate me when I was not hers, but her mate's child made me like her. I'm Leah, I told her. A smile brightened her face, because she knew I did not hate her for taking my daddy away. Don't I know it? The boys want to meet you so much, she said. Can I meet them? I asked. I always wanted older brothers to take care of me and protect me from boys and hurts. I guess I'm away from that now. I found my mates, but I would love to meet them and have them. They are on their way. They are just coming from doing their studies. My dad said, Are you all right? Edwin asked, looking concerned. I'm fine, just a bit tired. We can retire as soon as I see my brothers. I told them, Whatever you want, babe. Evan said. I smiled. We can extend our going back to America if you want. I know you must want to know your father and brothers. You will be able to visit them again if you wish. Edwin said with a smile. I wanted that so much. And thank you, I told them. I loved them as my mates so much. It feels so good how they know me so much. They knew what I wanted. My father chuckled at my face lighting up. You guys can stay here as long as you want. Promise me you will stay here when I turn 40. I will be getting the crown, and I need you there, he said. I don't understand. Why 40? I asked. That's the traditional for English royalty. They have to turn 40 before the crown is handed down to them. Evan said. What about you guys? I asked my mates. We come in power once we are 18, but we have to find our mates. They help us keep sane, Edwin said with a smile as I laughed at having to keep them sane. A few moments later, the door opened to the two boys. They are my brothers. They had smiles on their faces. When they saw me, my heart seemed to light up. I didn't know that was possible. They are very handsome, just like their father. Hello, Leah, they said together. I am Benjamin, and this is Bobby. Ben introduced. But you can call me Bob, him Ben, he said, pointing to his brother, with a kind smile. I could tell they gave girls a hard time. Nice to meet you, I said to them both. Hopefully, I would get to see them tomorrow. I was too tired now to be here. Plus, everyone was watching our little exchange. My dad had a smile on his face so bright. My mates read my facial expressions and told them they thought it was time to go to bed. I didn't argue, and I hugged my father, good night, and waved to everyone else. The maid came for us and brought us into our room. Before we left, I heard my father say, I'm so happy she was not mad at me. I smiled, mates. When we went into the luxurious room that belonged to us, I couldn't hold myself up anymore. I was too exhausted. Thank you, I said. Anything for you, they said together with a bright smile. Ben's POV. You did the best, Mum, I said to my mother after our sister and her mates left to their room. It was not easy for you and Dad all these years. Shall we take Ruth here? Bod continued. We heard what she did to Leah, and we know where she is now. No, not today, my father replied, holding my mother's hands. I sensed he was going to make a talk with her, so we left the study right after our grandfather. I sensed a little strange aura from Leah. I turned to Bob on the way. Me as well. He replied instantly. Liked, never felt before. But not the bad side. Chapter 7. I loved waking up with my mates. It makes me feel good that I can be in someone's arms and feel the warmth and tingling through my body, assuring me that they are there. It's great to wake up with someone you love and not worry that they've left you. That's how I woke up. Evan and Edwin warm me in this cold room. Their temperature does wonders for my body. It's a comfortable feeling that I love and enjoy. Today, I was going to get to know my brothers better. I wonder if they've found their mates. I wonder if they are the kind of boys who respect girls. I wonder if they would make good kings. I wonder if they would share the same mate. As soon as I woke up, those thoughts were running through my head. Don't remind me of my stepmother, father, and grandmother. It's like getting to know a bunch of people I never thought I'd meet. If someone told me that my father was a royal, and so were my brothers, I might smack them on the back of the head to wake them up. But it's all happening now, and it's a lot to get used to. Morning, Edwin said. How did you know I was awake? I asked him. Your breathing and heartbeat speeds up when you realize where you are and then slows down. Evan replied. We just thought we would let your thoughts carry you on for a while. Edwin said. I'm done. I want to get dressed to go see my brothers. I told them. They laughed at me eagerness. I smiled at the thought of meeting my brothers. Then the questions came back to me again. I guess she is not done thinking, I heard Edwin whisper to Evan. I can hear you. I whispered back. Let's go get dressed. I can think on the way. Wait, where are my clothes? I asked them. We asked the hotel to send them over. They should be here already. You go take a shower and they would be here when you finished. Edwin told me with a smile. I really did love the Prince twins. I did not want to say after 3 days of knowing them. I just wanted to seem like I thought about it and not just rushed into it. I wanted to make sure. Of course they are my mates, and mates feel a strong love towards each other. I just want that love to flourish before I can tell them I love them. Okay, I will take my time. I wished they could take one with me, be there to smoothly and comfortingly scrub my body. Damn, I was aroused, and they could sense it. I could tell by looking at their frozen stances. They were holding tightly to the bedsheets, hoping it was like a chain, tying them down. Their jaws were tight, and they seemed like they had a hard time breathing. Oops, not good. I need to get out. Climbing over them seemed like a good idea at first, but not so good. One leg was at one side of Edwin's body, and the other was the other side of him. Okay, he was between my legs, easy. Well, not that easy. This made the situation hotter as I could feel his hardness pressing into me. Oops, I thought once again. My cheeks turned fiery after as my mind thought ahead of what my body and thoughts of what could be done in this position crowded my mind. Damn, I think I am in heat. I need to get away. Looking into Evan's eyes, I was stuck. His eyes held me captive. The greenest of them had my wolf going wild. My virgin mind could not keep up with these thoughts. His eyes became bitter, and so did his face. I could see he was trying hard not to let his wolf go wild. I tried to look away because the brighter they went, the more aroused I became. It was a male wolf trade. Their aroused eyes will make the mate want them more, kind of hypnotize them, but us mates did have a choice. It was not forced upon us. We could choose to break it, or not. Most times not. Okay, I really need to get out of this room. My scent is driving them crazy, and this is not how I want to start my day. By them claiming me? Well, that does not seem like a bad idea, my wolf tried to argue. And my body thought the same. Hence my heat. Make it stop. I told them. I don't want to be uncomfortable around them for the whole day. We would have to mark you. Edwin said. Jay, are you ready for that, Leah? Evan said. His eyes still on mine, willing me to say yes. I can only imagine the look on Edwin's face. He was still between my legs. His hardness told me exactly what I saw on Evan's face. Yes, I told them. That one word changed everything. We were all kneeling on the bed in seconds. My back was facing Edwin, and my front and eyes facing Evan. I was in the middle. Edwin captured my lips from the behind, my neck twisting, in a position that would normally feel uncomfortable, but at the moment felt good. The sparks ignited my body more than ever before. The kiss was one of lust, love, happiness, pleasure, kindness, and heat. It felt good. All of a sudden, he was kissing my neck while Edwin captured my lips. This mixed with the kisses on my neck brought me up to another level. When he was finished with my lips, he placed his lips at my neck, trying to find the spot he will mark me. My moans were loud and showed my pleasure. Their canines extracted and gently placed themselves into my neck. I felt no sting, only pleasure flow through my body. I felt as if I was on clouds. The pleasure was so strong I saw dots invading my eyesight, and then I black out knowing when I woke up they would be there. Chapter 8. The passion was strong. I loved the feeling of being marked by them, men I loved. When I woke up, I saw the tattooed pattern on my hand. It was one of royalty, because I was mated to men of royalty. My tattoo was red and gold and had been made up of vines, going all the way around my wrists. The left had Evan in the middle, the right had Edwin. It was breathtaking, and was given by the goddess. My mates had a tribal tattoo, filled with spirals around arms, then went across their chest and stopped at their heart. It was the same colour as mine, to show they were royal wolves. I woke up to what I had originally planned to do 1 hour ago, and had a shower. It was soothing for my new tattoo. Edwin said the tingles of pain would be gone soon, but whenever he tried to touch it, I felt hot, like it was on fire. A good type of fire. Too good to stand, I just said, okay, and ran to the shower to have them both chuckling at me. I liked the shower so much. The shower throws water on me and makes me feel comfortable. It's for the guests of the king and queen. No one will complain. Drying off and brushing my teeth, I left the room. I wrapped myself in a towel and was surprised to see the boys had gone. They had prepared the clothes for me. They have a good sense of style. They bought me all the clothes I needed, apparently online. We planned to go to the shops, but we never got round to it. They chose a medium instead of my short jumper, skinny jeans and ankle boots. It was autumn in England, and the weather was getting colder and colder as it prepared for winter. I like autumn and winter fashion. I got out of the room and tried to follow my nose to the kitchen. It was only 10, so breakfast was still being served. It was without a chance my favourite meal of the day. I followed my nose and found where it was. My werewolf smell was stronger. It felt good to be at my full potential. When I finally walked into the kitchen, I saw everyone was there waiting for me. They all looked up as I entered and, feeling watched, I tried to keep my cool and walked to the only chair left, trying not to blush. Good morning, I said. Good morning, Leah. How did you sleep? My father asked me. I slept good, thank you, I replied with a smile. The others went back to their conversations, and I, sitting in the middle of my mated, held their hands under the table. They smiled their charming smile at me. You look good, babe, Edwin whispered into my ear. I couldn't agree more, Evan whispered, making me blush. They rubbed their noses against my red cheeks in an affectionate way, making my wolf happy by their gesture. I was sure everyone was looking. I gave them points for trying to hide it, and thought didn't faze me. When the moment was over, the food came. I remembered the reason I favoured breakfast over any other meal. The specialty of it all. I have never tasted such foods. I wanted that recipe. I think I'm going to spend the day with my brothers. I told my mates I want to get to know them. I've got a lot of catching up to do. Okay, do you want us to come with you? Evan asked. No, it's fine. It's something I want to do on my own. I told him with a kiss on the cheek, which he diverted to his lips, but I'm not complaining. Good, now I think I can last a few hours. Just hurry up, Evan said. I gave a kiss to Edwin, this time going straight for the lips, because he, like his brother, would divert it if I planned for going on the cheek. Me too, my wolf is satisfied for now. I don't know how long I can hold him before he wants to touch you again, Edwin said with a grin. I smiled tenderly at them. They took my hand and placed a kiss on it, turned around and went down the halls and around the corner. I agreed with them. My wolf would only be able to take a few hours away from their charming smiles and heartwarming chuckles. Damn, I started missing them already. Pushing them out of my mind, I asked my father where to find my brothers. He sent a maid to me as my guide. When I found my brothers, they were in the den playing some video games. Typical. Hey guys. Hey Leah. What you doing today? We are going for a run soon, Bob said. I was hoping I could chill with you guys today. A run seems good. Can I join? I asked. No, Ben said. At the same time, Bobby said yes. You would not be able to keep up, he said. He was not being rude. He seemed genuine. But I did like that challenge. I'd like to think I can prove you wrong. I told them, looking them in the eye. The alpha blood ran through all of us, so we did not like to be challenged. It ran more through them than me, though, because they were boys. Bob just stayed silent, watching the exchange. His eyes lit up when he noticed I was not going to back down. Okay, let's leave then. You ready to go now? Bob asked in an excited voice. But she can't keep up, Ben complained. We'll see, Bob said, winking at me, making me laugh. Let me change first, I told them. I ran out of the room to get back to my room in a hurry. I wanted to prove Ben wrong. Changing into sweats and my vest top, and with Patty's lucky band on my wrist, I hurried back down, found the way to the back garden, seeing them there waiting for me. My wolf wanted to get out. Are we changing now? I asked, itching to get into my wolf. They nodded, and I told them I would be changing behind a tree. I undressed out of sight and came back in my wolf. They were both black wolves, just like the colour of their hair. Bobby had a bit of brown in his fur, just like his natural hair, but you could only see it if you had great vision, like we do in our wolf, whereas Ben's was pitch black. My fur was not the same color as my hair. It was white. My mother always found it weird and prevented me from shifting. When she cared, she always wanted me to shift away from people's sight. And when I could not hold my wolf anymore on full moon, but when the hatred towards me grew, she stopped me altogether. She knew I could not stay without my wolf form. But when I changed, she would not say anything. She didn't want me to shift, but she did not condemn it. I shifted out of sight, always in fear she would find out. Wow, you look beautiful. Father said that if you stayed longer in your wolf form, he could have been able to contact you. But there was no white wolves seen anywhere, and it was not safe to keep your wolf too long. Bod said in his wolf form, "We can hear anyone we want to in our wolf form if they want us to hear them. You just project the thought into their mind. Yes, sis, your white fur tells you are a royal wolf. And you are safe here and now," Ben said. "Let's get going then. Are you ready?" He asked me. I nodded, showing I was ready to beat him, or at least keep up with him. I ran ahead of them, catching them off guard. I heard their wolf laughter, and they set off behind me. I was smaller than them, therefore faster. The trees blurred around me. I could see the mixture of green and browns in the trees as the autumn fades into winter. I could see the amazing mountains and the blue sky if I looked up. We went around lakes filled with water and the blue reflection of the sky. I loved to be in my wolf. The feeling of being free overtook my body. The boys were still behind me, only by a few paces. Maybe they were exchanging right now. I could feel their presence. I liked that. Having someone behind me. Before I was always on my own, it felt good to feel a presence there with you. "Let's rest now. I see a lake," Bobby said. Slowing down, we all went to the lake and lied down. I was in the middle of them. "Wow, I admit it, you're fast," Ben said. We were still communicating in wolf form. In laughter, Bobby said, "Wow, that's the first time you admit being wrong. You're already changing him, Leah." "Hey, not fair. She was faster than I thought." "Yeah, I beat you guys bad," I bragged, jokingly. "Haha," Ben said sarcastically. "Thank you for not hating us," he said randomly. "Why would I hate you?" I asked. "Because we took your father away from you. You didn't have him when you needed him most. That's because he was with us," Bobby said. "You did not take him away. You needed him more than I did. He thought it was best for me to stay with my mother. He did not think she would turn out like she did, right? So," I told them truthfully, looking him in the eye, then turning to Ben and giving him a smile. They both nodded. "It meant a lot that you did not hate us. We thought you will not like us, and we both hate to have our siblings hating us. It will all become clear why he left soon," Ben said, whispering the last part. "I didn't think it was meant for me, but I let it go. If it would all be clearer, then the time would come. On the other hand, I could not let the opportunity of teasing him go. Oh, you thought I was going to hate you? That's it. I'm going to win the race back. I went to get a drink before we go." "Okay, if you think so, you're not much of a challenge for a prince," I teased. I turned and ran off in the way we came from. "Cheetah," Bobby and Ben exclaimed, chasing after me. It was funny. Laughing, I turned the speed up. The trees passed and passed. It felt amazing, and I was cherishing the last moments of freedom left. I loved my wolf. When we got back home, I slumped on the ground, taking breaths in. After running that length, anyone would have their breaths taken away from them. My mates were at the garden door waiting for me. "Next time I want a real challenge," I told them. I made my way back to the place I changed into my wolf, and changed back. My muscles felt good. The feeling you got after an amazing workout. Yeah, I enjoyed that. Walking back with my sweats and best top still sweating, Edwin and Evan looked at me. Okay, more gawped at me. I noticed how I must have looked. I coughed, and they avoided my eye contact. Laughing, I thanked the boys for the run. "Anytime, Leah. By the way, this does not reach the public," Ben said. I knew what he wanted me to keep secret. The fact that I handed their arse to them, me knowing that little face was good enough. I nodded, laughing at them. I sobered up when Ben's glare hardened. Bobby just smiled. "We are doing this again?" Bobby said. "Absolutely, but first we are going on a date," Evan said. "Go upstairs and get changed. Take a shower," said Edwin. "They're avoiding eye contact." I tried to rush, but first I got a pat on the back. I winked back at them. They avoided my eyes again. I thought it was too tempting for them, but then I laughed at my own foolishness. Did they say date? It was my first date, and my heart was pounding at the thought of going out with them. I ran into the shower, excited. Using the vanilla extract, I washed myself, feeling good. The water calmed my muscles. I came out of the shower to a steamy window and looked at myself. My hair was wet, but long, all the way to my mid-back, in all its black-coloured and curly. It has always been curly, and I thought I would straighten it out. Taking my iron, I straightened it out. There was no curls. They had bought makeup for me, so I added a smoky effect eyeshadow which highlighted my blue eyes. I added a little mascara and eyeliner here and there, but not too much. I then added lip gloss and a bit of foundation, hoping not to overdo it. I went back into the room, looking through the wardrobe for a dress. The one I looked at held my figure, but there was another which I was hoping to put on. There was a knock at the door. Wondering who it was, I went to answer it, finding my stepmother Judy there. "Hello, princess. Need help?" she asked with a welcoming smile. "Yes, I don't know which one to choose." I told her, sounding stressed even to my own ears. This one hugs your curves. On the other hand, this one is just as beautiful." She responded, "You see my point then. The royal purple. It's nicer and fits your makeup and figure." She told me, smiling after thinking about it. I thanked her and put it on, struggling to zip it up. She came behind me and zipped it up for me. "You look beautiful." My sight hazed over as I thought about how my mother should be doing this for me. "Don't cry. You would ruin your makeup." Laughing, I whispered, "Thank you." She kissed my cheeks. "The boys are waiting," she told me, smiling before exiting. Chapter 9. I left the room. The corridor was brightly lit. Not too bright, not too dark. The sun was 2 hours away from setting. Time flies when I go out with my brothers. As I like to call them that, it feels normal and good, yet not normal and good the same time. It's strange to be so close to them when I've only known them for a day. We are on good terms. That's what I thought as I walked through the castle halls. I'm so happy. Ever since I met Patty, I've been happy. She was the only person who approached me during my first week at the school. I didn't want her anywhere near me, but she came into my life eventually. I miss her. It's only been 2 days. I got round to the staircase. It was a beautiful castle, and even with the size of it, anyone would consider it a home. It was cream and red and spiraled all the way down. Its red carpet made no noise, but when my heels touched the floor, they noticed my presence. My mates were in conversation, dressed in a jacket, jeans and a dress, but still causal shirt. Their eyes fixed on mine. I could not move my gaze and found it hard to breathe. They strode their way to me, not thinking about anything in their paths. They just made their way to me. When they reached, they both held my hand and brought it up to their lips to snap a kiss. It was soft, yet meaningful, which had my cheeks rosy. They were both handsome, and all mine. I could not have it any other way. Smiling at them, I placed a kiss on both their cheeks to return the favor. "The car is waiting," said the maid. "Thank you," I said to her, giving her a smile. She left, and I turned back to the boys. "You look beautiful," Evan said. "Beautiful does not describe 1/6 of how you look tonight," Edwin chimed in. Smiling at their sweetness, but looking down, I said thank you. A princess must never bow her head to anyone. She must show confidence, Edwin said, while Evan placed a finger under my chin and brought my face back to theirs. "Yes, sir," I told them in submission. "You ready for our first date?" Evan inquired. "Yes, it will be the first," I told them. "Boys never asked me out on a date." "Sorry to hear that," Edwin said, but I knew he had not a sorry bone in his body. They were probably just scared of the power radiating from you, and we are men, not boys. "Aw, did I hurt your ego?" I asked with a hint of sarcasm. "Shh, no." I burst out laughing while they avoided eye contact, but then joined in eventually. When the laughter died out, they held my hand and took me to the car. Edwin POV. She looked beautiful tonight. I could not believe her innocence, how she blushed when we sang the slightest praise to her. It made her look beautiful. Her lack of confidence made her look, what you would say, modest, but to some, like my mother and father, it may be considered a weakness. The kind of England approved of her, so I had no reason to doubt my parents will have any doubt, but I was going to make her feel confident. Her royal purple dress, made of silk, hugged her figure, wanting me to rip it off her. But I could control myself. As much as I wanted her, she was not ready to be fully mine. When and only when she is ready, we would take it further. We drove to the first destination. Evan was driving, she was in the front seat, and I at the back. She called shotgun before getting into the car. I could not say no to my princess now, could I? The first thing that was on mine and my brother's mind to do was to take her to dinner. She had been out the whole day, and after missing her, we told her to get dressed to go on our date. She forgot to eat. This was her first date, and we wanted it to be special. It was our first time taking someone out on a date, but our mother always taught us to treat women right. She gave us some ideas, but it's not something we would admit to anyone. We arrived to the beautiful and most luxurious restaurant, which her father recommended to us. I got out of the car, opened Leah's door. I took her palm in my hand to help her out. Her hand was so small in mine, and I love the feeling of tingling sensations when her hand touched mine. Holding her hand, we walked into the staircase, which led to the inside of the restaurant. It was a beautiful place, people dressed so elegant, but nothing compared to the beauty holding my hand. The automatic doors opened for us, and we walked in hand. She was in the middle of us, which represented her being at the center of our lives. I saw her gawping and found it so cute. She would have to get used to this. Bringing her to our lives would be a challenging situation, but we would be there to ensure she does not get overworked or stress. No one knows she is our mate yet, and she may be in danger if they do. We would not hide it, but she would be more protected when people know. Many have been waiting for our mate, so that they can gain power from having her. But with the two of us with her, she is safe. It looks like I've just stepped into a movie, she whispered. Evan chuckled, and I joined it. She was too busy gazing everywhere to notice. Everywhere we went, people looked. It came with being a prince. Everyone knew you had some sort of power. Walking to the desk, we told the waitress we had a reservation under the name Prince. She bowed her head and told us to follow her. She led us to a table where champagne laid, in a bucket of ice. I heard Leah growled and noticed the girl still was looking at me and my brother. That is all, Evan said as I squeezed her hand. Her possessiveness was doing things to me. It took the innocence away from her and made her look hot. I loved both sides, but this showed her feisty side. I placed a gentle kiss on her bare shoulder and noticed Evan kissed her temple. We thought the same thing. It was like we shared a mind. Thank you, Mr. Prince, she said as I pulled her chair out so she could sit. The way my name rolled out of her tongue made me want to capture her lips, but I restrained myself. I have been doing that a lot lately. Not a problem, Miss Maxwell. I felt her shiver and smiled, knowing the effect I had on her. My brother and I both took a seat. We were away from the public, in a more private area. There were many bodyguards not far away, us pretending guests which arranged by Harry. It's safe here. This is beautiful, Leah said, looking up at the ceiling which had a range of patterns with a chandelier hanging from its high roof. You would love the castle, Evan said. I couldn't agree more, I said. She beamed at the mention of the castle. I guessed she liked the idea of going home with us. We can't wait to show you. When your father becomes Crown King of England, we will introduce you to the world as our mate. We will need to go back first. That sounds like a good plan. I can't wait to go home. I loved the way she said home. Like she belonged there, which she did. Yes, babe, we can't wait to take you, I told her. She hid her blush behind the menu, knowing what she was thinking. I chuckled. Are you ready to order? I asked. She nodded, still hiding her blush. We called back for the waiter. It was a boy this time. Are you ready to order, sir? He inquired. After giving him my order, my brother did the same. And you, miss? He asked, with what he called a charming smile. She would have the lasagne with Caesar salad, with a hint of olive oil. I told him, and he walked away with a wink to Leah. I growled at the same time my brother did. She reached out and touches both our hands, calming our wolves. Could he not tell she was on a date? I guess it is hard for humans to comprehend the ideas of soulmates, let alone having two. Wow, I'm happy to know I'm not the only one who is possessive, she said with a smirk. But you have nothing to worry about, she said with a wink, making us laugh. You look beautiful tonight, I said once we calmed down. I took her soft hand to my lips, placing a kiss on the tips of her fingers. I loved a moment like this with her. It felt right. This is what I was waiting for. Her to show me the way in which my life should go. She was my life. The food came, the waiter still eyeing up what is my brother's and mine. She did not notice it though. She never did. We ate in comfortable silence. We did not have a full-course meal, because this was the beginning of our date. We ate the main course. We will take the check now, I told the waiter. Paying the check, I took her coat from behind the chair and helped her get it on. We walked with my hand around her small waist and my brother's around her shoulders. People looked, but we took no notice. Neither did she. The sky was colourful. The sun was about 20 minutes from setting, and that's all the time we need. I drove this time. She was in the front seat again, after calling shotgun. It was funny because we would not leave her in the back on her own, so it was pointless, but she didn't know that and continued to say it. "Where are we going?" she asked. "To get dessert," I told her. "But where?" she asked, getting confused, seeing we were going back to the forest. "You'll see." When we reached, Evan went to open her door, while I went to the boot to get the basket and a blanket. We walked down a path, there was gravel, and my brother did not want her to mess up her heels, so he carried her bridal style. When we reached, she sucked in a breath. "This place is extraordinary. The sun is nearly setting," she said, as my brother put her down. "The lake looks beautiful. You can even see the sun as it sets." The sky was red, orange, and purple. "It is. Now I know why your father said to come here. It would make a beautiful painting. He said that's where he took Judy on her first date." I told her. She smiled, looking up at me. "He told us he took you here when you were younger," Evan said. The look on her face told me she did not remember. "Are you ready for dessert?" he asked. She nodded eagerly. I laid down the blanket on the dry ground, not wanting to get her dress dirty. She sat down gracefully. I opened the basket and took out the chocolate-covered strawberries. Her eyes lit up. I opened the container and took one, placing it in front of her, as she opened her lips and took a bite. That was just plain sexy. She looked me in the eye, making me feel hot. My brother took her hand and placed it over his lips. We continued eating the strawberries, this way, feeding her and ourselves. It felt good. When my brother brought out vanilla cake, she smiled that contagious smile. After eating, we lied down on the blankets, gazing at the sky and the stars. The sun was set and the atmosphere was beautiful. In front of us was a lake. Behind us was the forest, which was home to us wolves. I wonder if she is tired. She has had a long day. I mean, the marking, the run with her brothers, the dinner with us, and now this. "Are you tired?" Evan asked, as if reading my mind. "Not yet," she said. "Good. Are you ready to leave?" I asked. "But it's nice here. Will you bring me back before we go to Greenville?" she asked with hope in her eyes. "Sure, babe," I said, kissing her cheeks. I got up and took her hand back in mine and pulled her up while my brother packed away the blanket and picked up the basket. I lifted her up to carry her in bridal style back to the car. She squealed with surprise as I did so, which made me chuckle. Leah. This was the best first date I had ever been on. The sunset was beautiful, as the orange mixed with the purple, spread across skies. The lake reflected the sight, which made it all the more beautiful. They fed me, and it was so sexy as I took a small bite, and they finished the rest for me. While lying down after eating, they kissed my mark, making me shiver with delight. The butterflies erupted from the pit of my stomach. When I touched theirs, they moaned, which had me going hot. Damn, I should record that sound. We had one more stop, and I was itching to know where we were going. We reached a car park, where many cars parked. "What are we doing?" I asked. As they put the hood of the convertible down, Evan maneuvers me so I was sitting at the back with him, while Edwin came and joined us at the back. They took the blanket and spread it over us. I was about to repeat my question when a movie showed on the wall in front. I got excited knowing this was my favourite movie, Me Before You. I snuggled up to the boys and got ready to watch the movie. I giggled when I saw Louisa stepped into the castle just like I did, looking around and moving carefully. "It's totally me. Remind you something?" Evan squeezed my hand gently. "Yeah, I had a hard time back when my mother moved house. I don't want to mention it, but I hate to hide anything to my mates. I had to find a part-time job to earn my tuition of school. So I became a dance instructor." "You taught dance? What type?" Edwin asked curiously. "Ballet. No wonder you are so graceful." Evan smiled. Evan smiled. "I've been doing it since 3 or 4. When my dad left, he told me to keep dancing. It was what I did until my 10, just when my mother cut my finance source. And that's when I found my first part job as a dancing backup." I told them, "I would love to see you dance." Edwin said, "You will have plenty time," I said with a smile. The movie was ending, and I was falling asleep on Edwin's shoulder. "Thank you for tonight," I said before I blanked out. The next thing I felt was being carried by strong arms and being gently placed on a soft mattress where I fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 10. "Mum, I did not mean to," the 10-year-old me whispered after breaking a glass. My mother just hung up the phone and looked angrily at me. "You stupid child," she said, raising her hands about to slap me. I don't know why she was so angry. "I'm sorry." I would not do it again. I tried picking up the broken glass, cutting myself in the process. "Look what you are doing now. You worthless child. You can't even do anything without harming yourself." she said, pushing me onto the broken glass. Or, Daddy, I cried out, only after I saw it was the wrong thing to say. Her face stormed with more anger. Her emotions controlled her movements. She picked me up, dragged me up the stairs, and threw me into my room yelling, "Your daddy abandoned us." I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I repeated over and over to myself, while curled in a ball on the floor. We are moving house. Behave yourself. She shut the door and left. I'm sorry, I shouted, bolting up from my bed. My face was wet with tears. I was being hugged by Edwin and Evan, whispering to my ears. We're here, they said. It's okay, they said. They gave me a glass of water. I felt better just by their touch. I'm sorry, I told them. Hey, Evan said, lifting my chin to face his face. That's what we're here for. He never told us your mum hit you. Is that the day when your nightmare started? Edwin said with hurt. How did you know? I asked, my voice still shaken. Our bond has grown. We can feel some of your pain and emotions. We are here to share your pain. You should have told us, Leah, Edwin said, wiping his thumb against my wet cheek. The little action had my heart speed up. I didn't know she would haunt me here. I left her back at home. Funny, that was not a place anyone should call home. I did not know my laugh would turn out this cynical. She must be close. Can you feel her? Evan asked. I turned my senses on closing my eyes to get a better feel. She was close by, but not too close. Yes, I whispered. She is not close, but close enough for me to feel her. I told them. Why is she here? Evan asked more to himself than others. Edwin looked deep in thought too. I got away from her. I am done with her. She rejected me. I want to forget about her. Can we go to sleep? I asked. The thinking was draining me. Edwin took my hand and took me to the bathroom. He wet a cloth and rubbed the dampness against my skin to wash the tears away. I felt myself leaning into his touch. It was addictive. His lips touched mine smoothly, fireworks erupted, and butterflies fluttered. When he removed his soft lips, I could not help but whimper. He smiled, giving me a small pick. Go to bed, sweet, he said in a soft voice. My body moved without my mind's permission. When I reached the bed, Evan took me into his arms and sat on the bed, cradling my body. He kissed my forehead, leaving a trail of tingles. He kissed my nose, and the butterflies erupted with anticipation as his lips touched mine. It was nice and simple. Had me melting. Leap, he whispered. Again, I did not argue. I closed my eyes and fell asleep. I woke up once again. I was being held by two strong men who kept all the nightmares away. I felt tired still, but I knew we already overslept. Morning, babe, Evan and Edwin said at the same time. Hey, I replied. How do you feel? Evan asked. Better now your arms are around me. Good, I'll go get breakfast, Evan said, exiting himself out of the room after getting dressed quickly. Thanks for holding me. I knew they would have come back if your arms were not still around me. I told him with a smile. I'm your mate. It's what I would always love to do. Hold you and kiss you, Edwin trailed, of kissing my nose, leaving me giggling. I was so girly around them. It was strange. Do you still smell your mum? He asked. I opened my senses to the full, only to see that she was still there. I nodded. I always wanted to get away from her, but never knew where to go. Now I've got someone. Why she came along? I asked in a rhetorical question. Do not worry yourself, he said comfortingly. I snuggled deeper into his arms. They were still around me. I breathed in his natural mouth-watering smell, not wanting it to be anywhere but here with me. It gave me comfort. It gave me peace. The door opened and Evan came in smiling. Breakfast will soon be coming up. He stripped down. It was a great experience. His muscles flexing while he reached to take his shirt off and bending down. Giving me another great view of his behind, he turned around and walked to the bed. He was not a stereotype of muscular, but a nicely toned with an 8-pack. He pulled the covers over and snuggled back to me. Your father needs to talk to you later. He said he would call for you, Evan said, his muscles pressing into my back. The only thing between us was the threads that made my vest top, which would easily be shredded. Well, that's what my wolf reminded me, but I told her to shut up. My hormones were already all over the place as it is. Why are you so tense? They asked at the same time. No reason, I said, blushing, hiding my face in Edwin's chest. Really, if we did not know any better, we would say, you're arguing with your wolf, Evan said in a teasing voice, like he already knows what's going on. Yes, I would have said the same thing, Edwin said. moving closer to me and rubbing his stomach into my back. "Stop moving," I said, but it came out as a moan, making me blush furiously. "You did that on purpose," I said, still blushing. Did he think he was going to win this? My wolf said. Suddenly, I was moving. By backside, he stiffened. "Are you okay there?" I asked. He put his hands on my waist to stop me. "If you don't stop now, this will go further." I stiffened. While Evan laughed at the situation I got myself into. There was a knock on the door, which got rid of the tension in our bodies. Evan got up and wheeled in the tray of food. It was fried eggs, potato waffles, ketchup sauce, toast, and the typical English breakfast. "This is so good," I said once I swallow. The morning went by fast. I had a shower and then dressed into skinny jeans and either Edwin's or Evan's top. I put on my boots and followed my mates out to the garden, which is where they said they would be. The breeze is cool and the sun is shining. It was a warm autumn day, like the sun giving us one last feeling of warmth before the warmth was taken away. I looked into the two-seater rocking chair and found my companions in conversation, laughing their heads off. The smiles on their faces told me they enjoyed each other's company. I smiled as I walked over to them and sat on Edwin, then turned and put my leg on Evan's lap as he stroked and welcomed me. "Missed us?" Evan teased, making me laugh, without giving them an answer. My brothers walked over to us smiling. "Hey guys," they both said. "Sure," I replied. "You did not come for a run today? Scared you were going to?" Ben asked in a joking voice. "No, I did not want to show you up again," I said, poking my tongue out, which got me laughs, which then got me blushing. "Oh yeah, Dad wants to see you. He is in his office," Bobby said. "Oh, okay. Do you know what it's about?" I looked at them questioningly. They smiled and silenced. Then I turned to my mates. "Any ideas?" "No, sorry babe, it may just be a small talk," Edwin said reassuringly, with a heart-stopping smile. "Okay." I kissed them both on the cheek, got up and reached up to ruffle my brother's hair. Walking up the stairs into the house through the back door, I followed the smell of my father, to which I have memorized from since 5 years, and found his office. I knocked on the door. "Come in," he said. I entered the office. It was a large office with glass tables, glass chairs. It was different from my grandfather's mahogany one. "You wanted to see me?" I asked. "Yes, my birthday is on Monday, 2 days' time. I was hoping I can introduce you as the Princess of England. Not many have heard of your being here. Some thought it were a rumor that you are alive. I'm still getting used to it myself. But it would be nice if everyone knows who you are, even though you may be leaving me," he said. It brought a tear to my eyes. He did not want to hide me from the public. He wanted everyone to know me and who I am. I got up and hugged him. He hugged me back. "Thank you, Dad. I would love that," I said, smiling, with tears resisting to fall from my eyes. "Sorry for the entire heartache I have caused you. I tried my best to find you. Judy and the boys always wanted to meet you, but your mother didn't want that. She kept you away from me by running away. I should have tried harder. It was hard to watch my father blame himself for something my mother did. But you need to know the truth. She is not your mother." "What do you mean she is not my mother?" I asked angrily and confused. "It's a long story," he said as the vision entered my mind. His voice faded away. Flashback. "What shall we do? The hunters are after her. All the other packs want her. She is the first girl born to a prince and to be king." Judy said the day after she gave birth to her daughter. Harry took the delicate hand of his wife and kissed it. "We need to give her up until she is 10 and be safe," Harry said in a soft voice. "But I cannot. She is my baby. I will not do this to her. The same thing your mother put you through, I will not do it," Judy said. But she knew her daughter's life was important. It was the only way to do so. "There has to be another way," she said, sobbing. Her sons wanted to see their sister. She was beautiful. They were 1 and a few months apart. She was born in August, and they were born last year, March. They did not understand the concept of having a sister, but looked forward to her coming. "I need her, Harry. I need to know she is safe." Judy told her husband, "She will be, I promise." Harry said, "I will visit her. Make sure she is safe before 10. She will be with Ruth, don't worry." Harry tried to reassure his wife. He had to keep his emotions under a protective barrier. To be there for her, he would cry for the loss of his daughter later. "We should say bye to her," Judy said with a strong voice. The servant brought Leah into the room. She wanted her mother. She was a little cub, and she needed her mother touch. Judy decided to give her a kiss on the cheek. her eyes following tears. She then gave baby Leah to Harry, who held her. He knew he would visit her again. They handed her over to Ruth, who came into the room. She and Harry had a history before Harry met Judy. They were in love, but they knew they would find their mate, so ended it when Harry did. Ruth never found hers. Keep her safe. Harry told Ruth it was an alpha command. I'll see you once a while, and I will bring her back when she's 10. 10 years later? Please, be more patient. We could not bring her back since the hunter's still haunting us. Give us 1 more year, Ruth. Harry was speaking on the phone with Judy at side, worrying a positive answer. But you promised me. It can't be, and you didn't pay us a single visit for 5 years. I had wasted my best time of finding my mate. He is, as expected, yelling from other end of the line. Then a cracked sound of glass, broken, which now I know was me. You know how hard I keep her safe? But she literally ruined my life. Guess what? I will ruin yours and hers. The signal smashed, cut off. Ruth? Ruth. Now, why did you not tell me? I shouted at my father with a mixture of sadness and anger, tears streaming down my face. Judy is my mum. Dad, why wouldn't you tell me that? I asked, hurt. It was to protect you. How could I, not knowing the truth, hurt me? Dad, why? I asked. It was a timing thing. The hunters are still after you until today. When you leave England, they will not be able to track you down, and you would have been safe from this harm. We told you because we did not want to lie to you. We wanted you to know that Judy is your mother. She cried to me the night you came because you did not know the pain she went through giving you away. She needed you to know. When you did not know, you were safer. Please understand. I understood, but hated the fact I had been lied to and abused by someone who was not my mother. Please don't lie to me again, Dad. Can I see her? Mum? I asked. I was angry at him, but I wanted to see my mother. She came in from behind the doors with tears in her eyes. She ran to me and hugged me. For the days I have been here, she has always had a mother nature, and now I knew why. She was my mother. After she let go, I turned to Dad and asked, why can I smell Ruth? She was brought to here yesterday by your brothers. She will have a trial here for abusing a royal. Then she will be put in jail. She should have never lifted a finger on you. Judy said, I am so sorry for giving you away and for lying to you. She said this, and it was like releasing a dam of tears. We cried together. My father held us. Without saying a word, I got out and went to my mates, knowing they can help stop the flowing tears. I don't know how I felt. Judy is my mother. Harry is my father. Bob and Ben are my brothers. Right now, I just wanted to touch my mates. Running to them, I jumped on Evan and wrapped my legs around his waist. He carried me to bed, Edwin behind us. They laid me on the bed and hugged their bodies close to me in a comforting way. I was in the comfort of their body and fell asleep crying. Chapter 11. I wanted to stay in my bed for the whole of Sunday. I did not eat either. Didn't feel well. Evan and Edwin tried to cheer me up with kisses. I wanted to keep them in my bed for the whole day, but that was selfish. I knew I had to be in there for my father tomorrow evening. Where else would I be? But in all honesty, I was upset with him and my mother for lying to me. Knowing that Ruth was not my mother and the things she did to me, it hurt. I was in the hands of a stanger, and I'm scarred for it. I know Hunter's was more dangerous, but how could they fight against my family? Leah, you can't stay in bed all day. We can get out of here if you want. Evan said, placing tiny kisses on my shoulder, his arms around my waist. While Edwin was playing in my hair, my head resting on his well-toned chest. Maybe a run will help you? I don't like seeing you this way, and not being able to help you, Edwin said. I needed to get out of there. A run will help me sort out my emotions. I forgive my parents, but I have not come to terms with who I am. A run sounds good. I only replied in short sentences. I could tell it hurt them. I'm sorry. You're right, a run will help, I said with a small smile. It's the only emotion I've showed all morning. I removed the covers from my body and got out of bed, showing determination to get out of this room, as much as I wanted to jump back under the covers. I went into the ensuite, washed my face and brushed my teeth. Evan was behind me, holding my waist softly and looking into my eyes through the mirror. When I was done, he wiped the face dry with the towel gently. When he was done, he walked me into the room. Edwin took my small waist, so I was facing towards him. He put the vest top over my head and then went to freshen up with Evan, leaving me to finish dress myself. I took off my short shorts pajama bottoms and exchanged them for my joggers, which were set out for me on the bed. They came out of the bathroom, dressed, and took my hand in theirs. We walked through the castles. They took me a route which avoided my parents, which I was happy for. As soon as we reached the garden, they took me to the back out of anyone's view, where we stripped. I focused on my wolf form, thinking of my body transforming into the wolf inside. I felt my body change. It was not a painful transformation. My mates were bigger than me. They were majestic wolves, soon to be king. Of course, they were bigger than me. They had pure black fur. Their eyes were green, one dark and one lighter shade, just like in their human form. They were handsome. They came to me and licked my fur and my face in an affectionate way, which made me lean into their touch. My wolf loved the feeling and didn't want to be anywhere else. You ready? Evan's pure, silky voice said in my mind. My wolf early fell to the floor at the sound. Yeah, I nodded. Just stop when you are tired. We will be with you. Edwin's voice sent shivers through my wolf. I went to them and licked their cheeks, brushing my fur against them, my white fur against their royal black. I took off into the forest. Passing them, though, I knew they were holding back. I let my mind wander back to Theseus' few days. I jumped over roots, ran around the beautiful trees that surrounded the castle. I thought about how my Judy was my mum and how it must have hurt her to give me away. Giving me to a stranger who abused me after treating me well, up until my father broke a promise, must have hurt. Not knowing where I am because Ruth took me away from my father, which led me to live my life on the run, not trusting anyone. I felt bad for feeling hurt, when it must have hurt more to lose your baby. Then I thought about my father. When he left me, it must have broken his heart. He knew my mother could not have come with him to visit me, being the only parent to see me, and holding in his emotions to spare his wife. I stopped running and curled up into a ball, letting the tears flow. My mates noticed that I had stopped. They surrounded me, lying on the grass and dead leaves, protecting me from any harm because I am vulnerable. Their fur pressed against mine, bringing comfort and warmth to my cold body. I needed to see my mother. I'm ready to go back, I told them. They licked my fur again. You ready? They asked at the same time. Yes, thank you, I told them. Evan rubbed his nose against mine while Edwin continued to lick my white fur. They got up with me and we ran back side by side. When we got back into the castle grounds, we found our clothes again. I focused on my human side. Once I was back, I grabbed Evan and kissed him hard. I grabbed Edwin and kissed him too. This is when I noticed we were all naked. Covering my eyes, I blushed and rashly put on my clothes. I ran without them to the room to take a shower, leaving them chuckling behind me. When I came out of the shower, I put on normal clothes. I walked around the castle looking for my mother and could not find her. I was wondering why I could not sense her for a bit. Hey Leah, how are you? Bob asked me. I'm good. Have you seen Mum? I asked him, tired from walking around the castle. Yes, she is in the kitchen, he said. Before he finished, I was already off calling, thank you, over my shoulder. I walked into the kitchen to find my mother sitting around the table with her glasses on, reading a book in the corner. I went to grab a fruit on the counter and sat on the chair next to her. When she noticed my presence, she looked up from her book, smiling brightly when she noticed I was no longer sad. Hey, Mum. How are you feeling? She asked me. I'm good. How are you feeling? I asked back. She stood up, took my hand, pulling me up. She then crushed me in a hug, breathing in my scent. I'm better now. Do you want to go into the garden and talk? It's crowded in here with all the chefs getting ready for your father's birthday and crowning tomorrow. She told me. I nodded. She took my hand and we walked into the garden and sat on the swinging chair. We both smiled. I'm sorry for last night. I should not have run out like that on you. I told her, looking at my hands firmly in my thighs. She took my chin and guided my eyes back into hers. Don't worry, baby. I would have done the same if I found out this. And everything piled on you for the whole of this week. Ruth kicked you out. You found your mates, said goodbye to your best friend, met your father after years, and found out that you have brothers, and that I'm your mother. I would have been feeling the same. I understand what you're going through, although you recovered faster than I would. She said, laughing at the end. I laughed with her. Yes, this week has been hard, but I'm getting, my mates are there for me, so I'm happy. I told her. She smiled. Soon, you would be training to be the queen of the world of werewolves, and I would be the queen of England. Training? I asked, confused. Yes, although you would not need to go through that much. You already have all the attributes of a queen. You just need help finding them. Though, when you fully mate, you would change. In a good way. Oh, we could talk about this later, she said, as I blushed. Firstly, we need to get you fitted for your dress, she exclaimed as if she just remembered. But I have not gone shopping, I told her. Darling, I picked one out for you. You just need to get it fitted. You are going to be presented the king and queen's daughter. Everything has to be perfect, she told me. I loved the sound of that. She took my hand and dragged me back inside. She led me into a room I have never been in before, which was not a shock. It where she prepared, like a beauty room filled with hairdryers, straighter, makeup, and the list went on. I saw her 2 stunning dresses in the middle of the room. This one is yours, she said. My eyes went wide, my mouth opened. It was silk, in a beautiful red. It flowed all to the ground. It was not the puffy type, instead inflowed. The tailor came into the room. She bowed her head at us. She had brunette hair and was pretty short, about late 20s. Jennifer designed the dress. Mum said, "It is beautiful," I told her finally, closing my mouth. "Thank you, Mrs. Would you like to try it on so we can get it to fit perfectly?" she said. Sure. Can you pass me my dress, please?" I asked kindly after entering locker room finding, I forgot the dress. "Here you are, be careful while putting it on," she told me. I could see why I should be careful. The silk was expensive and beautiful. It looked as if you needed gloves to handle it. I slid it over my head and guided it into place. I opened the curtains and walked out. "You look beautiful, Leah," my mum said. "Only in need a few adjustments," Jennifer said, smiling at her creations. "I'll leave you two to it. I need to do some chores." Mum said walking out. It was evening. It took a while to get the dress perfect in Jennifer's eyes. It was like she worked magic. I had to stand for some time, but it was worth it. I felt a need to find my mates. That's where my legs led me. "Hey, we missed you," Evan said, finding me before I found him. "I've just been fitting my dress for tomorrow evening." I told them, walking to them and hugging them. I needed their touch. "Your mum said so." Dinner is ready now. You must be hungry," Edwin said. "Yeah, what did you guys do?" I asked them while walking to the dining room. We called back home. "My sisters are coming here tomorrow for your father's coronation. Our father and mother would not be able to make it, although they send their love. I cannot wait to meet them." I told them, but nervous. What if they didn't like me? What will happen then? "They are dying to meet you too. My mother always wanted us to find a mate, and she is so happy that we did." "Don't be nervous," Edwin told me. "How did you know I was nervous?" "Our bond is growing," Evan told me. We got into the dining room. Everyone was there apart from my brothers. After they came, we ate. My dad seemed happy that I was not mad at him anymore, and for that I'm glad. Because of the Luna in me, had a caring nature, which meant that I did not like causing anyone hurt. Everyone around was making their normal conversations. When dinner was over, my brothers left dining room swiftly. My mates and I went to the movie room to watch a film, Fast 5. It was an old film, but I loved all the others and never got to see this one. I was not a girly girl, but I was a tomboy either. Action films are just awesome. When the film was over, my mates took my hand and led me outside. It was chilly, but they were next to me. Their body radiated heat. I was not tired. We walked silently to the closest lake. Evan had his arm firmly around my waist, giving me heat while leaving tingles. Edwin had his around my shoulder. He placed a kiss on my temple, causing me to smile and close my eyes, just being in the moment. "I love you," I told them. I waited a while to tell them. I did not want to rush into it. I loved them from the moment I saw them, but this just seemed like the right time to tell them. I looked up at them and saw them smiling. Evan kissed my lips, soft yet passionate, while Edwin kissed my neck, getting near his mark on my skin, sending tingles down to my toes. Then they swapped. Edwin captured my lips, more in a rough nature, while Evan softly placed kisses on my neck. He got to his mark and licked it. I felt as if I was going to die from pleasure. They let go of me, pulling me out of my trance. I breathed hard, trying to calm myself down. "I love you too," Edwin and Evan said at the time. It was my turn to smile like I was an idiot. I placed a soft kiss over their cheeks. "It's been a long day. We should head back to bed. Tomorrow is going to be a long day," I told them. "Let's go." "You look tired. The amount of emotions you have had today must be overwhelming," Edwin said, placing a kiss on my temple. We walked back to the palace. This place looked beautiful at nighttime. Tomorrow would be a new day. Things will get better. Even better. I can no more smell Ruth. She must have been put into jail after a trial. Chapter 12. Today was the day my father was being crowned, the King of England. I have not seen my grandfather for several days since the first day of coming here. My father told me that he and my grandmother had moved to their house in the country. I haven't met her yet. She's not well. But I'd like to see her before I go. Morning, sunshine, Evan said, leaving kisses on my eyelids. When I opened my eyes, I saw green ones looking down on me. You ready for today? Edwin asked. Yeah, I think so. When will we be going to Greenville? I asked. We can leave any time after today, though our mother is dying to meet you. Evan said. Yes, the sooner the better. You will still be able to come here whenever you like. We don't want to take you away from your family. Edwin said. This is why I love them. They smiled at me like they read my minds. I guess the bond is getting stronger. Have you guys even got your suit fitted? I asked. Yes, when you had yours done. Evan told me. When are we going to see your dress? Edwin asked, eyes filled with eagerness. Night, I said, smiling. Oh, come on. I think we need to see it before everyone. Evan said. You might, if you're lucky, but I may be dressing with my mother. Leah, they both said. I gave them a wink while crawling over Edwin to get to the closest bathroom, but he held my thighs in place, just like he did when they marked me. I looked over to Evan for help, but he just shrugged and lay back down. Thanks very much, my wolf said. Are you sure? Are you sure? Because you will not see the suits we have planned out for you if you don't show us, Edwin said, trailing off. Oh, come on, Edwin. You can't do this to me, I said, pushing my bottom lip out into a pout, which he kissed and released me from his hold. Only if you show us yours, he said. It was funny how the roles were turned. I told him, walking into the bathroom, swaying my hips. I threw a wink over my shoulder at him and heard him groan. I giggled behind the door. I walk into the bathroom, and that feeling never gets old. And every time I come here, I feel like it's the first time. As soon as I came out, I felt clean. I wrapped a towel around my naked body, brushed my teeth, and moisturized my skin. I came out of the bathroom, not expecting them to be there. But then I heard a wolf howl that scared me half to death. You scared me half to death, I told them. I saw their eyes on my legs moving in sync up my body, their eyes turning lighter, showing their wolves about to come out. Knowing this, I ran to the walk-in wardrobe and counted to 30. You guys done? I asked, opening the door. Seeing their eyes were normal, they laughed at me, which had me turning red. It's safe, Leah, Edwin said. Good. Now, can you pass me my black bra and panties? There are in the first. Drawer. Make sure they match. You know the ones with the lace. Okay. Enough with the teasing before I lose myself to my wolf again, they said, making me giggle. I wrapped the towel firmly around my body and took my underwear from the hand that held them. Thank you, I told them, giggling, as they expected me to come out, not shut the door. I got into one of the dresses I found in here. Today was big day. I had to dress better than I normally did. I heard the shower running and walked out of the walk-in closet. I went to the vanity mirror and applied minimum makeup. I heard the door open and close and saw them both come out with towels around their waist. I felt my eyes glowing. I was more than aroused. I was paralyzed. Damn, boy, I said to myself. Well, not much to myself, since they chuckled, making my cheeks go red. They went into the chest of drawer, put on their boxes. Their hair was still wet, dripping onto their abs. My eyes followed their every move. Are you listening? Snapped me out of my trance. Honestly, no. They put on their shirts laughing. I had no shame. Okay, now you have some of my attention. Good. Let's go down for breakfast, they said, fully dressed, much to my dismay, but still I held their hands and let them lead me. We walked through the halls and I bumped into someone. I'm sorry, I told them. Whoever it was, I didn't look in their direction. Yeah, you better be, the person said. They had a girl's voice that reminded me of, oh my God, Juanet. I screamed and hugged her. She hugged me back. Where have you been, Missy? I told you to get a phone. Next thing I know, I'm being invited to your father's coronation, and then your mates told me to come early, which is now, she rambled on and on. Being the friend that I am, I let her. Okay, I had to stop her sometime. I'm just so glad you're here. Are you joining us for breakfast? She nodded. I just came. One of the maids told me to wait, but I followed your smell. I wanted to surprise you. Oh, hello, Mr. Evan and Mr. Edwin. Thank you for inviting me here. Did you know they got the old teacher back? He is old and boring. I swear I fell asleep in his class. If only you will come back. Then the class would not have to be so boring, and maybe I would get good grades. You know you guys stole my best friend. I want her back, but because I'm nice, I will let you have her. Okay, this girl knew how to talk. Fatty. I stopped her and then looked at my mates as they threw me a "you are welcome" face. What? I have not seen you in 4 days. Don't shout at me, she said in a child voice. I missed you. Have you met my brothers or father and mother yet? What do you mean, mother? I thought you left her at home, she said. No, my father is Harry Maxwell and my mother is Judy Maxwell. And please don't scream. I saw her sucking in a breath, but luckily she didn't. OMG. Too late, I was so close. Yes, I know. Coming for breakfast? I asked her. Yeah, she replied with a large smile on her face. I took her hand. My mates were still laughing at our exchange, but they followed us through the castle. When we reached, I sat between her and Evan, with Edwin next to him. It did not feel right, but I did not want my friend to seem out of place. I returned her hairband, saying, Now, may the luck be back with you, we both laughing. You seem very happy now, Evan whispered into my ear, making me giggle. Thank you. I told them, knowing Edwin was listening. Where is Bob and Ben? I asked. They were busy with school this morning. They wanted to get it out of the way before the day started. Have you seen your father? My mother asked. No, we have not gotten a chance to say happy birthday, I said. I guess we will have to go on without them, she said, just as the door opened and my father came through. Happy birthday, Dad, I said, removing myself from the table, to greet him with a kiss on the cheek. Thank you, Leah, he said with a smile. I saw relief in his eyes. I went back to my seat and tucked into the food that was there. The only people missing were my brothers. When we finished our breakfast, everyone went around doing their own thing. My mates went to London to get their sister from the airport. My mother went back to giving instructions, and my father went back to his study. As a host, I will stay with Patty. Drive safe. I told Evan and Edwin at the door. Edwin was behind me, and Evan was in front of me. Evan's smooth hand against my cheeks, and Edwin's are around my waist, just taking in the moment, breathing in their smell. When it was enough, I kissed Evan, and turned to kiss Edwin. Bye, babe, they said in sync. That was hot. Waving to them, I turned back and went through the door to find Patty there smiling. Oh, you love them, she said. Of course, Patty, they are my mates. I know, I can't wait to meet mine, she said, looking to the sky with a dreamy look on her face. Don't worry, you'll find him, I told her, laughing at her expression. Have you got an address yet? Yep, you'll love it. Your mum already took the same place where yours is. Well, that's what she said. Good, that means we're dressing together. Let's start now. With the way my mother was describing the process of getting ready, I don't want to be late, I told her, grabbing her by the hand. When we reached the room, there were more beauty products and everything to do with beauty there. The process of getting ready will lead us to 5,030, my mother exaggerated. When everything was done, it was exactly 5,030. All I needed to do was step into my dress. Mum, can you zip me up? I shouted over the curtain. Of course, darling. I felt her soft fingers zip my dress up. I turned to face her. She had a tear in her eye. Don't cry, Mum, I told her. But you look beautiful, she said, about to let the tear fall. You will run your makeup. And it was not my wedding yet. I told her, and the tear never fell. I laughed at her. She was so beautiful. Fine, fine. Your mates are ready. They will meet you at the bottom of the stairs, she said. I'm nearly ready. Urgh. My best friend is sizzling hot. I heard Patty shout. I haven't got anything on you. I joked with her. She did look beautiful. Her family had money, not very much, but enough to afford that dress. You know it, she said with a wink, making me giggle. You've changed. You're all happy now, she said, smiling. I've come to see the better things in life, I told her, smiling. Come on, let's go, I said, dragging her out by the arm, not liking the sentimental moment, but stopping when I saw my reflection. The red dress looked beautiful against my skin tone, and flowed 2 by feet near the floor, hiding my heels, which made me taller. My lips were painted red, and my black hair flowed all the way to the middle of my back, filled with curls. Come on, Leah, she giggled, pulling me, like I'd done with her only seconds ago. Since she did not know the way, we walked together to the main stairs, in the middle of the palace. We walked down the stairs together, not many people were there, and they had all gone into the main room, where everything was set up. As I walked, I almost lost my footing when I saw my mates. They all wore black suits, expensive shoes, the same watches, red ties, the same colour as my dress. Their green eyes followed me as I froze. They looked at me with love and hunger, and their eyes looked down and finally came to my face. My heart quickened, but I continued down the rest of the stairs, carefully taking one step at a time. You look beautiful, Evan finished. I smiled and kissed them both on the cheek. They took my gloved hand and placed a kiss on the back. That little intimacy made my heart speed faster. "Where is your sister?" I asked, looking around. She wanted to take a tour of the castle. She was avoiding us, by the way, Evan said with a forced smile. "But why?" I asked, curiously. "You'll see when we back to Greenville." Edwin ended. I decided no more digging. "Patty, do you mind if I go in with them?" I asked at the door. She shook her head no and waited outside. I mouthed a thank you to her and sent her a wink. The doors opened and my mates and I stepped in the room. The noise level dropped when my father came and introduced me and my mates to everyone. Patty's POVs. I was so jealous. She had the perfect mates. Any girl would hate her, but could not resist loving her at the same time. She walked in with them, hand in hand, while I stayed at the door to collect myself before going in. "All right," I said to myself, wrapping my lucky hairband to my wrist, and took a deep breath, preparing entering the door. I got a feeling that our mate is going to be here tonight. "Same as when we first saw our sister," I heard someone say. My heart stopped, and then I heard laughing, which made my heart speed up. "If you say so," I heard someone else say. Damn! Those voices awakened something inside me. I turned around to see two men walking near me, but they did not notice me yet. They had black hair, their suits were grey, with blue ties, which were the same colour as my dress. They looked the same, but one had light blue eyes, the other one a shade darker, still not looking in my direction. They were about 18, 19. They suddenly froze in sync. Damn, that was hot. They snapped their head up to me, looking me in the eyes, all laughter from their eyes gone. "Mate," they whispered in sync. Damn, that's hot. I thought, well, more like said out loud, making my cheeks blaze. They walked up to me, took my gloved hand and kissed it. "I'm Bobby," the one with the light eyes said. "I'm Benjamin." His eyes were dark, said. "Allow us to walk you in?" I nodded, not finding my voice. They took my arm and placed it around there. The door opened and we stepped in. Everything was silent. Everyone was looking at us, making me blush. The girls looked envious, and I saw Leah running towards me, well in her heels. "Leah," Bobby said. The room started to get back to its usual sound. "This is our mate." Benjamin tried to finish, and there was quiet again. "Mate." "Oh my God, Paddy, you're mated to my brothers?" She asked, smiling so wide, it looked like it was going to hurt. My jaw dropped. Brothers?" I stuttered out. "Yes, meet Bob and Ben," she said, pointing at the brothers on my arm. That meant they were the Prince of England. Everything went black. "Leah." For once, Patty looked lost for words. That was a shocker. But I was more shocked when she fainted. Obviously, Bob and Ben caught her. I laughed, and Bob and Ben looked at me as if I was crazy. "Don't worry, she'll come around," I reassured them. How do you know her?" they asked. "She is my best friend," I told them. They carried her to Father's study and laid her on the couch. I followed them along with my mates, the Kind and Queen. My father had been crowned just 30 minutes ago. He looked happy, very happy, just like my mother. My brothers looked concerned. It took about 5 minutes before Patty came back to us. "Bob, Ben?" she said unconsciously, but stirring awake. She made me giggle. "Patty babe, wake up." Ben and Bob said in sync. "Damn, that's hot," she said without meaning to. Then her eyes shot open and she blushed. Oh, she was cute. Then she shot to her feet and bowed her head to the Kind and Queen. "Enough with the formalities," my mother said, making Patty raise her head. "You're our daughter now. My husband and I would like to welcome you into our family, Patty." She continued, making Patty smile. I hugged Patty so hard. Her mates thought I was going to kill her. Protective much. Everything went back to normal. The evening was beautiful. Everyone greeted me by bowing their head. Suddenly, someone about my height started hugging me. "Kath, stop hugging her so tight." I heard Evan scold. "Shut up. You should have introduced me to her before." Kath stepped back. She looked beautiful green eyes, black hair, defined bone structure. She was a girl version of my mates. I saw guys around the room checking her out. "Hey, I'm Catherine, but you can call me Kath," she said. "Nice to meet you, Princess Kath," I told her with a smile. "You look beautiful, Princess Leah," she said. "So do you." And she really did. "Leah, meet our sister," Edwin said. "How old are you?" I asked her. 7. "Wow, this place looked beautiful," she said with a wink. For the first time I looked around. The room was decorated with golden, black, and red. There were girls dancing with boys on the dance floor. Patty and her mates were talking at the other side of the room, and Mom and Dad was dancing in the middle of the dance floor, smiling and looking into each other's eyes. Yeah, it does, I told her back. Okay, see you then. She walked off after satisfying her curiosity about her future sister-in-law. We arrived at the room at last. My feet are killing me. The whole evening was spent dancing and laughing. I sat on a chair in front of the bed, and Evan and Edwin felt my feet hurt, took off my shoes and started massaging them. Oh God, it felt good. Their hands relieved the pain in my feet, and when it felt good, they stopped and stood up straight. I stood up. Can you unzip me? I asked. They all looked shocked. I nodded to them, and they swallowed. Evans's hand came up the back of my dress and turned me around so that my back was to him. Edwin's, and touched my sleeve and pushed my dress to the floor. They took a breath at my matching underwear. Evan started kissing me on the lips, while Edwin kissed my neck and back. I was lifted onto the bed and watched them pull off their boxer. They came and climbed up on the bed where I was lying and kissed me all over. They made love to me. We were fully mated. I felt connected to them. I heard their thoughts, and they heard mine. I felt their love, they felt mine. Our souls connected as one. I fell asleep naked in their arms. Chapter 13. I woke up feeling completed. I felt like one. I woke up with their strong arms around my body, making me feel the warmth, a feeling I have just about gotten used to. I felt a bond, our souls connecting, making us one together. If one of them was to be gone, I would not be able to survive. It hurt thinking it could happen, but you never know what could just jump up before you. Morning, I said with a smile on my face. Morning, love, Evan said. I could still hear Edwin breathing softly on my neck, making me shiver. He looked brightened, like he was illuminated with light. Looking over my shoulder at his brother, I saw the peace on his face, but he was also brightened. They looked happy. I am happy, Evan said, reading my mind. I forgot about that. Now we were completely mated. We are able to speak using our minds. Well, that's going to take some time to get used to. Just then, my stomach grumbled. Placing a kiss on the still sleeping Edwin's cheek, he stirred. When his eyes opened, I fell in love with the green. He grabbed my cheek gently and placed a kiss on my sore lips, smiling into the kiss. Morning, beautiful, he said in a husky voice, giving me shivers while I blushed. My stomach argued again, making them chuckle, and my cheek ablaze. I got up and slid over Evan to get to the bathroom to freshen up. I was still naked after last night's activities, but I was confident in my body. Swaying my hips just to hear them groan was the sexiest sound. I cast a look over my shoulder, looking back at them, tightly gripping the bedsheets frozen. You coming? I might need someone to reach my back. They were next to me within an instant. I giggled, but it was no joke, and walked into the bathroom with them on my tail. That was the best shower I've ever had, also the longest. But every second of it was beautiful. The experience was pleasurable and took me to oblivion. Remembering what we did made me blush badly. Our marks and tattoo spirals had not changed, but I got one. Well, they marked me, right on my neck. It was still tender, and when they kissed it, it made me shiver in delight. If anyone tried to touch it, it would feel revolting. They took my hands and led me out of the bathroom. Nothing covering my body. They dressed me like they did yesterday morning. When I was dressed as well as them, they took my hand and led me through the castle for brunch. We had missed breakfast. Food was waiting for us when we entered. When are we heading home? I asked them. I wanted to go to Greenville so badly. This evening, we will be going back with our sister, Evan said. I could not help but feel happy. I was going to be home. With my mates, no place I would rather be. It would be a busy week when we go back. I must warn you, it's going to take a while to get used to, Edwin said. What do you mean? I asked, confused. Evan and Edwin both put down their forks and knives and focused on me, their face serious. We are going to be kings, Chameleia. Since we have mated, our father will pass down the crown to us. You will be our queen, Evan said, smiling at the thought. But I don't know how to be a queen. I said, self-doubt running through me. I excused myself from the table and ran to my mother. The looks of the faces looked worried, but they allowed me to go. Through the like, I felt the worries. I need to see my mother. I sent them through the link. Walking through the castle, I found my mom in the lounge, by herself watching something on the television. I sensed her this time. Good morning, Mum. I need to speak with you, I told her, walking towards her to take a seat. She turned off the TV and looked at me. For a while, that's all she did before she gasped. You've mated, she said, holding me and kissing my cheeks, that was smiling, with perfect teeth at me. Then her smile faded. And you've changed. Why do you feel scared? We all have faith in you. She read me like a book. But Mum, this is the whole world. I know, darling. I had my doubts about myself. Don't worry. When you get to Greenville, the Queen would help you out. She is a great friend of mine. I visit her sometimes when the work is less. She will help you transition. Just remember, you were born a princess. It is your destiny to be mated with princes. You were born with the ability to rule. You just need help and confidence to see them. She said with a smile. I started to smile too. Thank you. I'm going to miss you, Mum. I said. I will visit you, and you will be able to visit me. You can still call me whenever you want. I am not going anywhere, she said reassuringly. I kissed her cheek and went to find my mates. Thank you, Mum. I said, walking out of the room. I went along finding my mates. They were in our room, so that is where I went. When I entered, Evan on the phone, looking out the window. He was talking business. Edwin was on the bed with his laptop near him. When he looked up to meet my eyes, he smiled, put his laptop to one side, and opened his arms for me. I complied and went to him feeling ashamed for leaving them both. He wrapped his arms around me after pulling me into his lap. He stroked my hair and hummed a tune to me. I lifted my head from his chest, grabbed his hair so that his face was leveled with mine, and kissed his lips. He responded immediately and moaned while smiling into the kiss. I love you, he said huskily when I pulled out of the kiss. I love you too, I told him with a smile. I needed to see Patty before I left. I needed to spend some time with her. Evan was still on the phone. When he hung up, he turned around to face me. He opened his arms for me, and Edwin released to me to go to him. When I did, I wrapped his arms around his neck and wrapped my legs around his toned frame, my face buried in the crook of his neck, breathing his scent in. He sent me waves of love through the link, which made my heart warm. Go see your friend, my love, he said, the soft, gentle words rolling off his tongue. He let me to my feet, took my head in his soft hands, and kissed me, which I could not do anything but respond to. My legs went weak, and he held me up stable. Pulling out of the kiss, he kissed my forehead tenderly. He released me so that I could go and find Patty. Trying to find her? I couldn't anywhere, so I tried to follow the familiar smell. She was in garden with her mates. She was looking into lying down across them, while Bob passed his fingers through her hair, and Ben kissed her fingertips. It was an awe moment that would take an amazing photo. I cleared my throat, and they all snapped up to watch who interrupted. When Patty saw me, she smiled. I still cannot fathom the fact that you mate with my brothers, I told her. I still cannot fathom the fact that you are my mate's sister, she said with a smirk making me laugh. Good morning, Bob Ben, I said with a smile looking at my brothers. Hey sis. They both said in sync, making me smile. Can I borrow my friend for a few hours? I asked them. They looked at me with puppy dog eyes. Please, I need to spend some time with her before I go. When you leaving? Patty asked, sitting up, with a sad look on her face. This evening, we are leaving the same time as Kath. Talking about her, do you know where she is? I asked. Oh no, we need to bond before that. Yeah, she went to the town to shop for clothes and shiz. I can't believe you are going tonight, she said, sticking her bottom lip out. Well, we are wasting time, I said. Please, can I have her? I asked with a puppy dog look aimed at my brothers. Obviously, they had a hard time letting her go after they just found her. Fine, they said together. She gave them a kiss on the cheek and came over to me, linked hands, and dragged me back to the room she slept in. She started undressing. I looked around the room and noticed it was my brother's. When I looked back at her, she was changed out of her home clothes and dressed to go out. You're taking me to lunch, she said. Well, more like ordered. That's what I liked about her. She never went around the block, and she just said what is on her mind. Fine, I need to dress too. Meet you at the door in 5, I told her, walking out. Going to the room, I saw that they were still busy. They looked so concentrated on what they were doing, and it looked important. I'm going to the city to have late lunch with Patty, I told them. They looked up with a worried look on their faces. You need someone to go with you guys, Evan said. We'll be fine. I reassured them, though it didn't help much. Your fathers took you away from the hunters. They can find you if you go out, Edwin said. Both of them were now standing in front of me. Okay, can you send a guard with us then? I asked with a bit of hope. Edwin negotiated. At least I would feel safer without their presence this way. Dear, I said, I'm going to dress, I told them, signaling the end of the conversation. I went into the walk-in closet. Most of the things were new, and I didn't have a chance to wear them. Black trousers, skin tight, and I wore a top with a collar because I love that trend. I finished it up with some heeled boots with some studs at the back. I applied some red lipstick, and I was ready to go. Walking out of the walk-in wardrobe, I looked at the watch on my bare wrist. Guys, what time is it? I asked my mates. Their eyes were focused on the screen. When they looked up, they looked back at the clocks on their watch. 2000. They said huskily, in sync. Good. I was on time. When I looked back at them, they were still looking intently at me. I went up and placed a kiss on both their cheeks, then went to the vanity table and took my perfume and sprayed a bit. Bye. I'll call you if I need you. I told them with a smile. Have fun, they said in sync, still in a husky voice. I nearly stayed, but ran out just to keep me from doing so. Having them chuckled at me. I walked around for some time. The place was that big to get to the door. I saw them both guards and smiled at them. Patty kissed both of Ben and Bob on the cheeks and said bye. They were so cute. Well, I was wondering, who do they care most, me or Patty? Common guys, 3 hours at the most. I told them with a smirk. Patty took my hand and pulled me through the door. I saw one guard and the chauffeur at the car door. I guess Ben wanted another guard. There was 3 cars, all black, and the one in the middle was ours. We went inside. The guard joined the chauffeur at the front. The 2 guards at the door took the car in the front, and the other took the one at the back. They did not say a word. Patty, being where to go, told the driver. We went to a beautiful small restaurant. We talked the whole way there. This is where my family always come, when we come here. She said, I like it, I said with a smile. So, what is your family going to do? You cannot go home, away from your mates. I asked once we were seated. They may move here with me and buy a house down here. Or I will move and visit them often, she said. How are you going to cope? She asked. I don't know. I want to meet my family at Greenville, but I will miss my mother and father, especially after just meeting them. I mean, I am leaving tonight, that's soon, but I really want to go. I'm happy, I can visit my family, and they can visit me. That's all I want. I told her in a small rant. Well, I'm going to miss you. So are your brothers, even though they would not say it. Well, Bob would. He is more open, she said. I could not help but agree more. You know them so well, and it's been less than a day. I told her, laughing. So do you. What's their favorite color? She tested me. Blue, I said without thinking. She started laughing at me. What? It's the color of my eyes, I said, blushing, making her laugh even more. She calmed down after a while. The guards were out of sight, blending in the calm restaurant atmosphere. We ate, and when we were finished, we took a walk around the city. I'm going to enjoy living here, she said with a smile on her face. I loved my best friend Happy. I hope you do, I told her with a smile. You have to tell me what Greenville is like, though. Call me whenever you get a chance, she said, dragging me into a shop with beautiful dresses. I promise I will. You're my best friend, I told her. She was the only person I had ever called that, and it was so true. She was the only person I trusted in my former life. Good. Now this will look great on you, she said, pulling out a dress for me after she'd done the same for her. We both went into the changing rooms, the guards just outside, waiting for us silently. We went into the same changing rooms. She zipped me up. The dress was nice and complimented my curves. I looked at her. She looked good. Do you think I should wear this on my first date tomorrow? She asked. What? Date? Since when? Yes, you should wear it. Call me and tell me how it goes. I said, unhappy that I was going to miss her first date with the brothers. She laughed at my reaction. Yes, they asked to take me out. They would have tonight, but you were leaving, and we wanted to see you go. Thank you, I said, dressing back. I put the dress back on the hanger, just when we heard some noisy from the crowd. I poked my head out, pulling the curtain of the changing room a bit to see what was happening. One of our guards coming to us saying, Princess Leah, please go with me. It's not safe here. Huh. I followed him with Patty in hand, back to our car, seeing a guy got pinned to the ground by 2 guards, seemed passed out already. A scout from the hunters. The guard which leading us opened the door of the car for us and showed us in. No worry, our men will take care of the rest. It was first time I've seen a hunter this close. My mates was waiting at the gate. Surely they got the news from our guards. They hugged me, and both placed a soft kiss to my cheek to reassure me. You are safe now. But we should go, once you are ready, Edwin said gently. I want to hug them a bit longer, but I know I must be quick now. I got dressed in comfortable clothes, yet sophisticated. Everything was ready for us to leave. I hugged Patty. "Umi," she told me with a stern face, which had me smiling. "Tell your mum and dad I said bye." I told her, she nodded. Then I went on to hug my brothers. "Take care of her," I told them, giving them a group hug, just us 3 siblings. "We're going to miss you," Bob said. I pulled back. I knew Ben was saying the same thing, but only with his eyes. They gave me a kiss on my cheeks. "We will be here when you visit," Ben said with a smile, which had me smiling. I went to hug my mother. She had tears in her eyes. One fell. She pulled me in the hug and did so tightly. She then gave me a kiss on each cheek. "Love you, baby girl. Be safe," she said, smiling. Love you too, Mum," I told her, smiling. I went to my father. He pulled me into a hug. "I'm going to miss him after finding him, after we just reunited. Take care, Chameleia." "I'm going to miss you," he whispered. He released, and I saw a gently smile on his face. Then it turned stern, and he turned to my mates and said, "You better take care of her properly." I looked at them, and they nodded. I took a step back and looked at everyone. I hated goodbyes. My mates shook hands with my brothers and my father and hugged Patty and my mother. I smiled at the exchanges going on. Inshore, going to miss this place? I can't wait to come back. We exited the house into the car with Kath. I took my mate's hand. Evan started to pass his hand softly through my hair, while Edwin kissed my knuckles and my fingertips softly, silently telling me it was going to be all right. Chapter 14. All I know is we were on a plane. It was warm, and my head was on my mate's shoulder. I didn't want the moment to be ruined, so I kept my eyes closed. All I remember is getting into a car and waving goodbye to my friends. I vaguely remember being carried from one place to another. They may move me from limo to planes. I opened my eyes and looked at the people next to me. Edwin on one side, my head resting on Evan's shoulder. They are all reading books, which is my favorite thing to do. "Do you have a spare?" I asked them. They both looked at me from their book. They were so caught up that they did not realize I was awake. I looked around and noticed that there was no one around us. "Where is everyone?" I asked, voicing my thoughts. "What do you mean?" Evan asked. "We are on the plane, right?" I asked, confused. "Yes, the private plane." Edwin said, understanding what I meant. I was shocked. "Private plane? You have a plane?" I asked. I think my mouth was still hanging open, while I was stating the obvious, while they were laughing at me expense. I closed my mouth. I could not wait to reach. "Here's a book," Evan said, handing me one from the many he had on the plane. I did not know they liked to read. "Thank you." "How long have we got till we reach?" I asked. "About 2 hours," Evan said. Edwin was back to his book. I placed my head back on Evan's shoulder and got into the book. "I have 5 minutes before we land, and I used that time to see the United States. It was my first time out of England, and I liked what I saw. The sun had just risen. The lighting is beautiful." Edwin told me we were going to land directly in Greenville. It was green, but there were beautiful houses everywhere. It's a mix of nature, but to live in, it's nice. It has a natural, homey feel. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Kath said, coming behind me. "Yeah, is there any place to shop nearby? I need to buy clothes. My English clothes would be suitable." "Yeah, there is lots of places to shop. And you got New York, which we can fly in anytime. I will take you if you want," she said with a glint in her eye. You could tell that she wanted a sister. "That would be good," I said, smiling. "Are you nervous?" she asked me. "What about?" "So what about, you are going to meet the king and queen of the werewolf world. Are you not scared?" she asked. And that is when it hit me. My cool demeanor changed. My mate sensed it and came to the window where I was standing. They both touched me, but it would not help as much as their comforting words this time. "What's wrong?" they both asked in calm voices. "Please take your seats. The plane is coming in for landing." We heard. They both took my hand and led me back to my seat, tucking me in the process. "Don't worry, babe, it would be fine. Everyone would love you," Edwin said, kissing me on the cheek. "What about your parents?" "They are not everyone," I whispered, shaken. "They are going to love you." "Where is the confident Leah gone?" Evan asked, putting his hand under my chin, lifting my lips to his soft ones. It was a soft, gentle, reassuring one. What is wrong with me? I was more of the confident one. Evan released me from his spell, and I smiled at them. We landed by now. I just could not feel anything stuck in my world. Kath was looking at me with a guilty look on her face. It made me laugh, which brought a shocked look to her face. "Sorry for freaking out," I told her a bit shyly. "Sorry for making you almost have a panic attack." "Don't worry," My father and mother would love you. I just can't wait to get back to my mate," she said happily at the end, which made me laugh again. I unfastened my seatbelt. Stand up and stretch. I stopped as I looked out the window, the sun just rising over the horizon, but it was the people outside the plane that caught my attention. There are reporters everywhere. What is going on? I asked, directing my question at Edwin and Evan. Well, everyone in Greenville knows that we were gone for a while. They did not know what we were going to be doing while we were away. Now we're back. They are interested in the Princess of England we have brought back. They saw we were together at your father's coronation and was wondering why you are here. Evan said, "So, you mean to tell me they are here for me?" I asked. "No, us," Edwin told me. I felt relief, knowing they were not all going to be focusing on me. "And me," Kath said, spoiling the moment a bit, leaving me laughing at her, and the guys shaking their head. "And you, Princess Kath," Edwin said, making his sister smile. We exited the plane to see flashes everywhere. And I thought this city was going to be small. It was like a second London, just with more trees, and known for its green lands. Evan and Edwin was holding my hand firmly in theirs, and guards were surrounding us out into the limo on the airstrip. "How's the trip, Prince? Who is she? Is this England's king, newly found daughter? What is going on here? Are you dating? Princess Catherine, how do you feel about England? Do you have anything to say? Is that Princess Chameleia?" The reporters were going wild. I did not say a word, and neither did Evan and Edwin. I was smiling everyone's question. Kath was waving to them with a smile, like she's been doing it all her life, which she had. Kath went into the limo and then went Evan, who held his hand out for me, and Edwin followed. The limo started moving, and I heard Kath screaming. Frightened, I looked up and saw a boy there. Evan and Edwin sensed no danger, but their faces were confused. Then we saw her kissing him. Then I was confused. Leah, this is Luke, my mate. He is also my brother's beater." "Nice to meet you, Luke," I said, leaning over to shake his hands. "Same to you, Princess Leah," Luke said. He seemed nice. I guess that's why they were friends with him. He seemed like an approachable guy and a good friend. He need tell us all the story when we get back home, Edwin said to both Kath and Luke with protective tone. When I looked up, we arrived at the castle, my new house. It was triple the size of the one in England. It was more grand and well-designed. Some of the pack members lived here, others all over. It was a beautiful place. Everything looked new and well-cleaned. There were statues all over the grass. The limo was getting closer and closer to the entrance. It would take long to get around this place, and longer to get my head around it. There were trees nearby. Edwin got out of the limo and then held his hand out for me. I'm guessing he would forget about his sister for the time being. The first thing I realized was the natural air that flowed through my lungs. There was no pollution. Everything was so refreshing and different from England. I loved my past week in England, but this is where I am now. When everyone was out of the limo, Evan and Edwin took my hand. This was like going to meet my father. We walked around to go meet the study. The maids everywhere were happy to see my mates back. I guess it has been a while. "Do I look fine?" I asked just before a door labeled Alpha. I guess we were going to see their father and mother. I had changed on the plane and freshened up. "You look beautiful," Evan said. Edwin kissed me gently on the lips and turned the handle. The first thing I realized was the beautiful woman standing in front of me next to her husband. She looks quite like Kath. She was wearing a long dress that dragged to the floor but held her tight. And next to her was a strong man, yes. That's how I described the king, with broad shoulders just a few inches shorter than my mates. His eyes were black and his wife's were green. And these were the eyes of the boys and Kath came from. The lady smiled tenderly, but the king's face was expressionless. "Hello, my name is Amanda, and this is my husband Raymond. Welcome to Greenville." Chapter 15. I bowed my head and curtsied to the king and queen. Their presence told me I was standing in the midst of powerful and influential people. The king still had an emotionless look on his face, while the queen looked at me with a welcoming smile. "Hello, father, mother." I watched Edwin, kissed his mother's cheek, and Evan shook his father's hand. Then Edwin shook his father's hand, and Evan kissed the opposite cheek of his mother. I was still standing before them, watching the strange exchange. Amanda came to me and embraced me into a hug. I stood shocked for a while, but then hugged her back. "Come with me, I'll show you around your new home," Amanda said. "Ah, nice to have you back, boys," she said to her sons while pulling me out of the room. I looked back to see them smiling at me reassuringly, and I smiled back. We went out of the Alpha's office. "It's nice to meet you." I wish to have met you a few days ago when your father got crowned, but me and my husband could not make it. She told me we were walking arm in arm, saying to you, the anticipation of coming here was drowning me. I could not wait to come to Greenville. It's so different here. I told her with a smile, which she returned. We would have to welcome you into the pack soon. Everyone in Greenville and around the world wants to know who you are. They already know you are the daughter of the King of England, but they do not know why you are here. It will be very public. The celebration will be of me and Ray leaving the throne and Evan and Edwin taking it, as well as them finding their mate. It will be an extraordinary celebration. Well, until the wedding, she told me. My cheeks reddened, but I did not reply to that thought. When will this all take place? I asked her. This is the kitchen. I gasped. It was massive, and there were chefs everywhere, as if preparing for a big event. It will take place tomorrow, by God's grace. She told me, making me gasp. That's why we could not make it to your father's coronation. We were preparing the day when we got the phone call from our sons. Don't worry, everything will be sorted by then. Your family is going to arrive in the morning. I think your mother will stay a while after to help you transition into your role. I was shocked, she noticed, and looked my hands into hers. I know it sounds overwhelming, but I will be here to help you every step of the way. You have not had training yet, but you were born to be the queen. You have it in your blood, as well as the blood of a princess. You carry yourself well. I will help you whenever you need it. She told me, and then embraced me in a much-needed hug. They should be done talking now. Sorry about Raymond. He may take a while to warm up, she said with a smile. She looked so in love with him. I took a deep breath. Let's go then, I said with a smile that reassured her I was all right. When we entered the room, the three men were laughing. The happiness shone through their eyes. I looked at Amanda and noticed that she saw the same thing I did. The coldness of the room was no longer there. The father and sons reunited after a while of being apart. They all looked happy. Amanda let go of my arm and went over to her husband and started to massage his shoulders. I went over to my mates and sat in the middle of them, only to find Edwin hands on my waist to bring me onto his lap. Evan took my hand into his and kissed it smiling. I started to blush at the affection they gave me in front of their parents. I buried my head in Edwin's shoulder and heard the king chuckle. Take her to your room, sons, show her around a bit. I'm sure your mother did more talking than showing her around, he said, making his wife slap his arm lightly and laugh. We started to get up. Nice to meet you, Chameleia. Call me Raymond or Ray, he said, standing up, embracing me into a warm hug. My mates had the brightest smiles. He released me and smiled. My mates took my hand and we walked out of the room. I like it here, I said with a smile. They looked overjoyed. That's great, Leah. I have ordered your dress to come for tomorrow morning. You will get it fitted and adjusted, but don't worry much. Your mother gave me your measurements from the last ball. Evan said, I was not frightened for whatever dress he had bought, since he had a great fashion sense. Are you tired? You look a bit overwhelmed, Edwin said. I smiled at him. I'm just a bit tired. Can we spend the rest of the time in bed? I asked. Sure, babe, but we will have to go down for dinner, Edwin said. After walking around for a while, I was trying to remember where everything was as I passed them. I am sure this place was more than triple the size of the English palace. It will surely be hard to get around. We were on the top floor, which had the biggest room in the whole house. They opened a large wooden door, and I looked around the room that would be mine. The room was extremely large. I walked around a bit and saw traces of my mates. I went into the bathroom and found a large shower and a tub which could easily be compared to a jacuzzi. The bathroom walls were covered with glass, which became frosted and then became a mirror with the touch of a button. I walked back into the room and found 3 walk-in closets of different sizes. The biggest is yours. We need to go shopping. Edwin, or Evan, said. I was too engaged in my surroundings to take notice. I explored the room for a while. I found myself being lifted up and placed onto a soft bed. I sighed. Enough, let's just relax, Evan said. Kissing my lips gently, they removed my clothes and placed me in more comfortable ones. They then did the same for themselves, and then lie down next to me. What is going to happen tomorrow? Will everything change? I asked them. They placed my hand in theirs and kissed it softly. Tomorrow, our father will hand us the crown. You will be our Luna, Evan said. We have mated, which gives us right to the throne, but we need our father to resign. Then we will gain the power. We will be stronger, Edwin said. His thumbs rubbed over my hands, keeping me comfortable, but their touch just sent my mind crazy. I could not think. They both realized this. Evan captured my lips and Edwin kissed my neck. Their hands wrapped all over my body, sending electricity wherever they touched. I moaned and scarped my hands on Evan's back to hear him moan. I placed my head on his chest and they just held me as I started to drift away. Kisses were being placed on my lips, soft ones on mine. I didn't want to move. I just wanted to enjoy this moment. Unfortunately, my mates didn't feel the same way and sensed me waking up. Leah, it's dinner time. We will be going out tonight since the chef is busy preparing for tomorrow, Evan said into my ears. I snuggled more into Edwin, who was in front of me, willing the sleep to take me back. Was all I could let out. I didn't want to move from this spot and talking would wake me up further. Why do I want to give in to her? Edwin asked Evan, making him laugh. Why not? Evan asked him back. Because Mum wants out for dinner as a family, Edwin said, back in a stroppy voice, making me giggle. That's exactly why. Shh. Finally quiet. They were letting me get back to sleep. Evan. Van. Ann was all I could say. He was tickling my sides. I was trying to find a way of escape. Edwin. I tried calling out for help in between my laughter. I'm up, I shouted. At the tickling stopped. I felt soft lips on my own and inhaled the smell of Evan. When he let me out of his grip, I remembered to breathe. I slapped his arm as if to discipline him, but he only chuckled. Go have a shower, Edwin said. I started to get up over him and kissed him. He moaned and felt goosebumps. When I pulled back, I smiled and continued to the bathroom, swaying my hips. You coming? I asked them both. They were at my sides in seconds, making me giggle. They undressed me. Evan passed his hands gently in my hair while the water beat our skin. Edwin took care of my body, washing me gently in every part. They then both dried me, making me giggle throughout. I walked out of the bathroom with them behind me. I went into the walk-in wardrobe and found all the few clothes I had in there. Don't worry, we will take you shopping soon, Evan told me. Okay, I said with a smile. What shall I wear? Evan came over to me and stood behind me, holding my waist and looking into the walk-in wardrobe, scanning everything in there. His hands on my waist clouded up my mind a bit. I was still in lingerie, and he had his boxers on. That one, he said, walking over to a black dress. It was simple, fitting my body in all the right ways and above my knees. He handed it to me. I placed a kiss on his cheek and thanked him. After we were all dressed in a formal code, we exited the room. My hand in theirs, we walked around for a while until we met the stairs. At the bottom was Kath and her mate, Luke. They were both smiling brightly at us. We walked down the stairs and I released from their hold to hug Kath. She smiled at me. Enjoying your new home? She asked me. Although you did not see much of it, did you? She asked with a wink, and then she thought about what she said. Realizing she was talking about her brothers, she shuddered, making me laugh. No, I did not. I told her with a smug look, winking at her. I heard Evan and Edwin talk to Luke. They must be talking things out. Then I heard threats and shocked. Have they always been this? Protective? I asked her in a whisper. Yes, don't worry about us. They will sort out soon because they are guys. Then threats will come. They will do a guy handshake, finally greeting each other after being apart. Then they will join us. She told me in a whisper. The next thing I knew, the threats were finished. They gave each other a guy handshake, causally talking about what they have missed, laughing and smiling. Are you ready to go? They asked at the same time. I looked at Kath and we both burst out laughing at her correct prediction, as I can hear she whispered, I knew it. Welcome home, she said to me and took Luke's hand. Evan and Edwin came over and took mine, leading us into the limo. Where are we eating tonight then? I asked, leaning onto Evan's shoulder, closing my eyes. You'll see my love, Edwin said, making me shiver when he said love. I smiled and waited. It was a while when we reached the restaurant. I just took in the scenery all around us. The lights reminded me of the pictures I've seen of London, but there were more greenery than you would ever seen in London city. We were in the middle of the city. The restaurant was grand. I could not believe where I come from. From what I was to this. I felt as if someone was finally on my side. I no longer had pain in my life, but mates who loved me. As if sensing my thoughts, they both took my hands and kissed that spot. Their touch wanted me to just drive back home. Mother and father should be inside. Ready? Evan said to me, as I'll ever be. And ever is, I said with a smile. We walked through the restaurant. The limo drove away to park somewhere. There were cameras everywhere, but inside, no cameras were allowed. They took my hand in their strong yet soft ones. I smiled at the way they brought comfort to my body and heart. We walked in together, ignoring the lights. When we walked in, a waiter led us to the table. Kath was behind us with Luke, being quiet and talking softly amongst them. We arrived at the table where Amanda and Raymond were. They stood up and smiled. Evan pulled my chair out and Edwin held my hand and we sat down along together. Kath, how was your time in England? Her father asked her. It was fine, Dad. I went shopping and the ball was great, she answered. I could tell she was a daddy's girl. The pictures came out beautifully. Amanda exclaimed, I wish to be there. Me too. You looked beautiful, Luke said to Kath, making her blush. Evan and Edwin gave him a stern look. Their protectiveness was so cute. It was a wonderful night. Indeed, very eventful, Evan and Edwin said, making me blush. That was the night we mated. Trust them to bring it up in a subtle way. I felt a hand on my thigh and looked up to see a smirking Edwin. They did that on purpose. The rest of the dinner was beautiful, and I felt full, but not overfilled. We were exiting the restaurant. We will be home soon, Edwin told his mother and father. I was confused. Where are we going? They both took my hand, and we walked down the roads. The town was not so busy. It was about 6, and the sun was still slightly on the horizon. I was enjoying the moment of scenery. I'm glad they took me here. Wow, this is so beautiful. Are there many humans here? I asked, since this was Greenville, it was owned by the king and queen of the werewolf world. This question has been on my mind. More than you can imagine. Well, the human world and werewolf are coming together slowly. Edwin started. We are all going to be able to live in unity. This will soon be in place. No hunters, no harm. We will show them how. We are not the monsters that they show in books and television programs. This is what my father has been working on. We have been transitioning into this mindset. It would not take much longer. Many wolves have human mates. Some choose to tell their mates, some do not, in order to live a normal life. Secrets between mates never work. The humans need to know of our existence. We need to live together in unity, need to protect each other. Evan finished. I loved the idea. That sounds great. Everything will change for the better, I said. They smiled brightly at my view, the fact that I agrees with them. I was followed yesterday by a hunter. Really hope we could rid kind of thing forever. We stopped. We were in front of a fountain, lit up with colourful lights and water pumped up high and fell softly down. We were in the town centre, people walking everywhere, with a sense of calmness in their demeanour. Thank you, I told them. For what? Edwin asked. I saw confusion in Evan's face. Saving me. Edwin took my face in his soft hands and kissed my lips softly. Evan took my hand and kissed my fingertips, giving me goosebumps and filling me with warmth. I love you. I told them, I love you too. They said in sync. They took my hand and we walked to the road where the limo was. We went in and I sighed. This was all I ever wanted. Chapter 16. I was in someone's arms. They were holding me from behind. I was slipping into consciousness. Someone was holding my face in their hands and placed a soft kiss. They did not move their lips until I responded. I was fighting hard not to, but I failed. Their soft ones started to move with mine, and then they pulled away, making me growl. Ease, I said under my breath, making them chuckle. Wake up, babe, Evan whispered into my ears. I guess Edwin was the one that teased me. His voice made me shiver, and he held me tighter into his toned body. Leah. Edwin groaned, seeing Evan had given in. Today is a big day. Let's start it right. I grabbed his face to mine and kissed him. Shut up. He gave in and kissed me back. I started to move against Evan's body behind me. I could feel their excitement. Okay, I'm up, I told them, stopping moving and kissing them all together. Ease, they both said under their breaths, making me laugh. What am I doing today? I asked them, seeing I had no clue. First, have a shower, and then our mother will meet you. She will take you to the salon to get ready along with my sister. Your family should be coming in for this evening. They will be at the ball. Your dress will be downstairs. You need to get it fitted before you go to the salons. I will take you to it. Then I will take you to my mother, while Edwin takes care of some things. Evan finish. I can't wait, but cannot help thinking it is going to be a long day. I said, burying my head in Edwin's shoulder, tightening Evan's arms around me, if it was possible. Don't worry, just take it as it comes along, Evan said, his warm breath on my exposed neck. By the end of the day, you will be our Luna and Queen, Edwin said, raising my lips to his once again. I shivered. And you, my kings, I said with a smile. Join me in the shower, I ordered them. We all had alpha blood in us. but they did not argue with my order. Instead, Evan got up and carried a giggling me, while Edwin opened the door. After the long shower, Evan picked out what I should wear, as usual. Edwin. They were both dressed casual, formal. Edwin gave me a kiss goodbye. I'll see you before the ball. Unfortunately, I wish we could spend the whole day together, he said, making me smile. Love you, I told him, giving him a peck on the lips. Evan took my hands. Then he took me to a room on the same floor as our bedroom. The mirrors covered the walls, makeup everywhere, along with whatever was needed to get ready. I saw his mother there, and he left me in her hands, not before giving me a toe-curling kiss, making me blush because it was in front of his mother. Then he kissed my blazing cheeks, chuckling at me. Oh, I remember those days. Well, it's still like that now, Amanda said, trailing off, leaving me smiling at the look she still had for her husband. Ready for the day ahead? She asked. Yes, let's get this day on the road, I said, smiling. Good, this is Wendy. She is here to get the dress fitted right on you. You are the last one. Me and Kath has had our dress fitted. That's when I noticed a young woman in the room. She was pretty. She started to walk towards us. She bowed her head at me. Nice to meet you, Leah. Your dress is in the behind the curtains. You can go try it on and come out. I will see what needs doing, she said with a smile. Okay, I said, going into the curtains to the room the other side. It was like a dressing room. I saw the dress. It was beautiful. One fit for royalty. It had one shoulder. It was full length with no puffy style. It just flowed down to the floor. It had a belt under the bust. It was a jade colour, but the overlace colour was black. Evan surely knew what he was doing. I had no doubt in his abilities, and he never failed. I took the dress at the hanger and put it on over my head. It had no zip. It fit me perfectly. Leah, honey, are you done in there? Amanda asked from outside. I drew the curtain back and showed her the dress. You look beautiful, I heard a voice say. My mother was here. I ran to her and hugged her like I haven't seen her in months, when in reality I left her yesterday. Everything was going by so quickly, I needed some rest. You're here, I said, with surprise and happy. Hello, Amanda, I've missed you. My mother said to the Queen after realizing me. I've missed you too, Judy. How's Harry? Are the boys here too? Amanda asked. He is fine, talking to Raymond. And yes, they are. They could not wait for coming here a second time. So we got the flight not long after my daughter took off. Mum answered. Is Patty here? I asked. Yes, we all are going to get everything done for the next hours. But first, you need that dress tailored, Mum said. They exited the room, saying they would be waiting for me on the ground floor, and left me with Wendy. I stayed quiet while she did what she had to do. I am finished. Your dress will be ready at your return, she said after a short while of pinning needles where they needed to go. Thank you, I said, smiling at her. I went to the curtain and changed back into my original clothes. Waving her goodbye, I walked out the room and went in search for the girls. On the way there, I saw my brothers and ran up and hugged the first one in my way, bringing him to the floor. When I looked up, I saw Bob smiling up on me. Hey sis, he said, laughing. Bob, what's new? I asked him, still on top of him. Nothing much. It's not every day that I get tackled to the floor by my sister, he replied to me. I almost feel jealous, Ben said, laughing at his brother's situation. He held out a hand and lifted me up to my feet, leaving Bobby lying on the floor. He drew me into his strong, brotherly arms and hugged me. I miss you around, he said. I'm missing you too. Not that you guys gave me enough time to do so, I told him, laughing. He released me. I hope you're looking after my Patty, I told them with a stern look on my face, making them smile at my protectiveness. I kept a straight face to tell them that I'm not joking. Of course, Leah, she was fine at home. We met her parents yesterday, and they decided to move closer, Bobby said on his feet. Good, I have to go now. I'll see you at tonight, I told them. I ran down the rest of the stairs to see the girls talking to each other. There was Amanda, my mother, Kath, and Patty. My mother turned to me. You ready? Yes, Mum, I said. Hey, Patty. I threw my arms around her. She did the same. We embraced each other like usual. Damn, life is good, she said, giggling. Tell me about it, I replied. Let's go, Amanda said. We all went into the limo at the front and it drove off. There were conversations between my mother and Amanda and me and the girls. So, Kath, when did you find out that Luke was your mate? I asked. When my brothers left. They were so protective of me and kept me away from Luke and any other guys. When they left, I met him for the first time since I was 16, and it hit me. Kath said with a dreamy look on her face. Wow, I wonder if my brothers would have been that protective. I said, voicing my thoughts. I always wanted a brother to protect me at school from those boys that shouted to me or slapped my ass. I wanted brothers to send them that glare that made them run. But at the same time, I wanted to have boyfriends and experience things I have never done before. I felt someone jab me and jolted from my thoughts. You okay, Leah? My best friend said. I nodded and showed her a smile. Good, because we are here. And how was your first date with my brothers? Both me and Kath were interested in this little conversation. Patty blushed and told us the detail and said the day was ended on the flight. It was all new for her and me. We enjoyed it and were happy for her. I looked out of the window and noticed we had stopped. We were in a different part of the city too last night. There were shops everywhere, but we did not come here to do so. Okay, the first stop is the spa. We are going to get a massage and shave only. I booked us all in. Then we're going to go to the hairdressers to get our nails, hair and makeup done. Then we will head home in time for the ball tonight to get our dresses on. You know the rest, she said, still in the limo. We all nodded and made mental notes. Then we went to the spa. This place brings me peace. As soon as we entered the building, we were called for massages, and then we were shown to separate rooms. I took off my clothes and covered myself with a towel. I've never done this before. I lay down at the comfortable table and waited. The door opened and I looked up to see a young woman come in. She bowed her head and introduced herself. That was the most relaxing thing I had done, and I felt the calmness with me even while walking into the salon. Queen Amanda and guest come right this way, a woman said, leading us into a separate part of the salon. There were 5 women there ready to do our nails, hair and makeup last. Take a seat and then they will get started, she said, bowed her head and walked out. We did as we were told. The time was 5:03 p.m. when we finished. We walked out of the salon. Everyone looked perfect and I could not wait to see our mates' expressions. We went home through the back door. Guests were arriving and we could not risk getting seen. We walked around, everyone going to their rooms where their dresses would be. I walked into mine to see my mates half-dressed. How was your day? Hope our mother did not drain you, Evan said with a wide smile, placing a kiss on my lips. It was good. We relaxed. I said to them, are you sure you relaxed? Knowing my mother, she dragged you from one place to the next, Edwin said, laughing. Nope, I had fun with my girls, I said with a smile. Good, because you look beautiful and radiant, he said with a smile on his face. I reached up to kiss his soft lips. When he pulled back, I growled, making him laugh at my expense. You need help getting into your dress? He asked me. Nope, I'm fine, I said, trying to being independent. If you say so, he said, chuckling. What was I that dependent? I went to my walk-in wardrobe to see my shoes and dress in front of me. I unzipped the dress from the bag and stepped into it. I put my arm through one shoulder, doing good so far, and then I put my heels on. Then I noticed I needed to be zipped up. Trying all the angles I could to do so, I only got it up halfway. I let out a frustrated sigh. Can someone zip me up, please? I said, pouting, making them laugh at me again. Edwin came over, laughing to himself. Told you, he said, placing a kiss on my pouty lips. I rolled my eyes. Just zip me, I said. Yes, Mum. He saluted, making me shiver. Damn. I wish he could repeat that. What did you say? I asked him, wanting to hear him repeat it. Yes, Mum, he said in a deeper, more inviting voice. I closed my eyes for a few seconds, then opened them and saw him smirking, knowing the effect it had on me. I ignored it, even though it was illegal to have such a good fake smile on a man's face, and I turned my back to him and asked him to zip me up. The current from his arm is the pass, all the way to the base of my neck, the end of the zipper. He moved my hair to one side to get close to me, and when he was finished, he kissed his mark on my neck, leaving me gasping and falling back into his chest. His arm seized me. Evan came over all dressed and took my hand, steadying me. Are you ready to go? He asked. All I could do was nod. They were both handsome, wearing grey suits and jade-coloured ties. They noticed me checking. They were doing the same to me. You look beautiful, Leah. We are lucky to have you, they said, placing a kiss on the hand they held. As do you, my soon-to-be kings. Handsome, that is, I told them, smiling at them. We walked out of the room and down to where the stairs were. You ready to meet Greenville? They asked me. Ready as I'll ever be. Chapter 17. We held hands all together. Everyone was at the bottom of the stairs, watched as we entered into their view. They stayed quiet. My jade dress, matching with Evan and Edwin's ties, drew everyone's attention. It sent a message even before they knew the details. I held my head up and smiled, while Edwin and Evan looked happy to be home. They both came me a squeeze on the hand in reassurance as they felt my emotions through the bond. The silence in the room was both calming and unnerving. My high heels clicked as we took each step with grace. There were several cameras inside, but only a few best capture the moment. When we get to the bottom of the stairs, we walk into the dining room, where everyone eats first. As we sat down at the front table, everyone followed us in silence, our parents not far behind. Everyone sat down in their assigned places and began to talk to those around them. I used that time to take a deep breath. I looked left and right and saw Evan and Edwin both looking at me. "You handled that good," Evan said through the bond, making me smile. "You think so?" I said back, through the bond. Speaking out loud will be breaking the silence of the room. "No one could have done it better," Edwin said, leaning to place a kiss on my cheek, which did not go unnoticed, making me blush. I looked around the table and found my family, including Patty, she is part of my family now, and my mate's family, including Luke, as beta and mate to Kath. Everyone had smiles on their faces. I could not help but smile back. I glanced around the room to see kings and queens of countries, both were and humans, famous werewolves. The large room with such decor, this was an extraordinary occasion. I was becoming queen, and my mates, kings. The food was served. This was no time for talking, the announcements will come later on, and all I could think about was only having one meal today. I was hungry, yet ate elegantly. Well, I hope I accomplished that. When everyone was done, all the courses of the meal, the king and queen stood up. The whole room went silent. This is a memorable moment in our history. He started with his voice booming through the silent room. Years ago, after meeting my mate Amanda, I was no longer the lonely, filled-in world with people who wanted me for what I had. I had someone who loved me no matter my prince status. I knew the love was real. It was then that my father passed down the crown to me. I was king of Greenville and the werewolf world, he said with a proud smile on his face that anyone in his position would be wearing. He was smiling at his wife in all the right places. Not too long after, my wife had twin boys, my first children that will inherit the throne once they have found their mate and get bonded. And now, Edwin and Evan, I would like you to introduce your mate to the pack and the world, he said, nodding at his sons. When he sat down, they stood up. As you know, we have been waiting for this moment for a while, Evan said. The moment we would have our mate at our side. We searched all the kings and queens' daughters around the world, but could not find her. The special one, Edwin said. I was smiling and looking up. We found out that someone was making quite an impression on the people around her. People respected her presence. That's what we got told. We went and followed our instincts to find the most beautiful girl. She captured us straight away. The pain in her eyes of hardship drew us in. We knew the hard times she had endured. That only made us love her more. This is Chameleia Maxwell, Princess of England. Evan finished. They held out their hands for me and guided me to my feet. They both placed a kiss on my cheeks, which made my heart skip a few beats. I smiled with them and held their hands tighter, not sure of what to do. Next thing I knew, the tables were being cleared away, everyone on their feet still paying us attention. Everyone formed a circle around us, and the room dimmed in its lighting, but everyone was still focused on us. My face most likely showed confusion. The king walked towards us, the middle of the circle, with a goblet and a blade. Instincts told me to kneel, and my mates did the same. We got to our knees before the king. He said a prayer to the god above us. Winds were moving around us as our heads were bowed. Instinct was the only thing driving me at this point. I did not know what to do, but I did exactly what I was supposed to. We all held our wrist out, our heads closed along with our eyes. I felt the pain of a blade cutting through my wrists, but it healed as soon as it came. We lifted our heads, opened our eyes. Evan took the goblet and took a sip of our blood, joined together inside. Then it was passed to Edwin. The winds grew stronger. It was placed in my hands, and I drank the last of the sweetness. The winds stopped. Everything was silent as I handed the medieval goblet back. The king then handed it to his wife. He drew the crowns from the side, which were carried on cushions by 3 little children. He took the crown from the boy and put it on Evan's head. He took his face in his hands and kissed his son's cheek. He then took the second crown from the other little boy and put it upon Edwin's head, kissing his cheek silently, wishing him well. Amanda came up front. She took the last crown from the little girl and placed it on my head gently. Welcome to the family, my daughter and queen. Chapter 18. The ball was in full swing. People in ballroom dancing, and having run. I had turns dancing with Evan and Edwin, but my heels are killing me. I sat down at the edge and watched them socializing with their guests. Are you having fun? I jumped at the voice and realized there behind me was my father. Dad, I have not seen you all day, I said, standing up to have him welcome me into his arms. I know, princess. Or queen, he said, chuckling and looking away. No, Dad, I'll always be your princess, I said with a soft smile. Everyone would have to call me queen, but I was my father's princess. How does it feel? He asked me. I gave him a confused look. How does what feel? Being queen. I feel different. But once the blood is around my body, I will feel different. That's what they said anyway. It is true. You will get powers that no one else will have. You will have to figure them out on your own and with your mates. But you will be the most powerful queen because you are princess by birth, a queen by fate. 2 blood mixed is a gift never had before, he said. What do you mean? How do you know that? I asked doubtfully. It is your destiny, he said, leaving before my mates came to my side. That was the weirdest conversation I have ever had with my father. Can we go for a walk? I asked them. I'm guessing here was not the place to talk about this. They gave me a confused look but held my hands and led me outside to walk around the grounds. What's on your mind, Leah? The way Evan said my name still brought shivers through me. I thought I would be over it by now, something my dad just said about being powerful because I am double royalty. You will be a great queen. You will feel more in power when the blood goes around your body. It has to reach every part of your body before you feel the difference, Edwin told me. But what was my father saying? I asked. You are destined for greatness, Leah. You, me, and Edwin will lead us out of hiding our nature. Your strength is what will get everyone through it. Remember we told you about letting the world know of our existence? He waited to get a response from me. Yes, the night we had dinner, I said, nodding my head. Yes, we are not going to do it on our own, and we will need your strength to do it. As queen, you will be by our side. You will need extraordinary powers to fulfill the role, he said. I began to understand. They needed my full strength so that we could be safe to be who we are. There will be no more hunters, and that was going to be because of my mates. No, Leah, us. It will be because of us, Evan said, smiling down at me. That's when I felt dizzy. My legs gave way and I crumbled into the arms of my mates. I was knocked out cold. I felt myself slip in slowly after hearing the commotion going on around me. My mates were whispering in my ears, telling me to stay with them, but my body wanted to shut down. I felt my body shake. I could hear my screams, though I felt no pain. Suddenly, I felt calm, and the darkness was all around me. I started to stir. I was in soft sheets. I was alone in the bed and cried out for my mates. I don't know what caused me to do so, I just did. I heard the door being slammed. I could not open my eyes. I felt soft kisses being placed on my body, making me shudder. I felt them being placed over my eyelids, allowing me to open them slowly. Looking around, everything felt new, like looking at the world with new eyes. My body felt new. I felt new. We've missed you, Edwin said, rubbing his thumb on my cheeks gently. You've been asleep longer than we have. Everyone was worried. Evan said. Why was I asleep? I asked, a croaky voice. My vision was still unclear. You undergo your changes. You look beautiful, Evan said, making me blush. I blinked a few times to see 2 handsome guys before me. They were just what I remembered, but different. Their changes made them look more beautiful, stronger. Their eyes were still the green shades, but brighter. I reached out both of my hands and touched their face hovering over mine. They leaned into my touch, as if wanting more. How long have I been asleep? I asked them, voice filled with curiosity. 5 days. We woke yesterday, confused. The last thing we saw was when you collapsed to the ground. We woke up not knowing whether you will be there or not. We felt better knowing you were awake now, Edwin said. 5 days? Has everyone gone home? I asked. I did not get a chance to say goodbye. Yes, I'm sorry. They all had duties. But they have called every day to see when you woke up. Patty seemed to annoy anyone answering the phone, Evan said, shaking his head laughing. Ah, yes, that was Patty. I need a shower. You guys coming? I asked. They both knew I was too tired or fragile to do anything besides have a shower, but Evan lifted me bridal style to set me down in the bath after undressing me. They both took their time to place soft kisses on my skin after they had washed me clean. It felt good to be awake, to feel their touch. After the shower, they dressed me like I was made out of glass and held my hands while we came down for breakfast. We ate in silence, but a comfortable one. After they took my hands and brought me to the door we arrived at when we first came here. Mother and father moved out to a nice place, near the beach, but still in Greenville. Edwin told me, as if giving me an update. When they opened the door, everything looked different. It looked more like theirs office, and not their father's. Leah! You gave me a heart attack when you fell. I already told your mates off, but you had no idea what went through my mind. Luke told me off, but then smiled. Welcome back, my queen, he said, bowing his head. Because he was Beta, he was almost like a brother. I laughed at him. How is everything going? Any troubles? Edwin asked Luke. Everything is fine, but your people all over the world wanted to know how you guys are doing. People for the worst. You need to get out there before everyone panics, said Luke, standing up straight, speaking in a formal tone. That is fine. We hope you can update everyone that we are fine. We will show our faces. Now we need to go for a run together, Evan said, taking my hand back into the warmness of his, Edwin doing the same. Luke nodded his head. Have a good run. I'm sure your wolves want to get out, Luke said, waving as we went through the door. He was right. My wolf wanted to feel their fur on hers. She wanted that comfort, and my mates sensed it. He looked so radiant, Edwin said randomly. I looked up to his face and saw him watching me with a small smile on his face. Yes, I feel different, I told him. Still staring at me, we went out into the backyard and changed places. We ran away and set ourselves free. I used to be tired, but this one makes me excited and energetic. Nothing to worry about. Let the world pass me by. I feel my mates around me. We reached to a beautiful lake, just like in England. I dropped to the floor and looked up at the majestic wolves in front of me. They come down and rub their heads against my head and my fur. It gives me great comfort. I knew I had to deal with being queen. I'm ready. Once I had mates, I settled down. We ran the way home. We had a bath again, but staying in each other's arms. Water filled the non-existent spaces between us. So you are ready, Leah? Edwin asked me, breaking me out of my thoughts. I think I am, I told them. Good, Evan said, placing a kiss on my lips. We are going out for dinner tonight. We would eat in, but Luke said our people are still worried about us. Edwin said, carrying me out of the bathtub, setting me on my feet. I dried myself and blew dry my hair. I put on some makeup, but not too much. I stepped out of the bathroom into the walk-in closet and pulled on my lace underwear. I pulled out a dark blue dress and black heels. This will be my debut in 5 days. This is the first time I've looked in the mirror since I woke up. I look the same, but not the same, just like I felt at the time. Little things have changed about me. I was drawn to the mirror and startled by the hand around my waist. You have been staring at yourself for quite some time. You seem to be spacing out quite a bit. Are you all right? Edwin asked, placing a soft kiss on my neck. I'm fine, I said with a smile, still trying to transition. That's good. We will be going to America sometime in the next few weeks. We need to start doing what we are destined to do. We don't know how long it will take, but everything will be fine, he said with a smile. I turned around in his arms and placed a kiss on his lips. Everything will be great once I have you guys. Chapter 1. I was sitting in the lounge of the palace, on my own, just admiring the height of the ceilings, the beautiful decor, or what I call my home. The glass window at the other side of the room went from the bottom of the floor to the highest height of the room. I walked over to it, my dress swishing as I moved towards it. When I reached, I looked at the blue skies, the children out in the garden, the trees. I loved nature. I loved it much more after I became queen. It's what I woke up with. It's my power, but I've been too scared to try it out, or even tell my mates. My hands were stretched out to touch the glass as I felt strong arms around my waist. The electricity that flowed told me who it was. Hey babe, what are you doing all on your own? Edwin whispered into my ears. Nothing, just admiring nature, I told him, spinning around in his arms and placing a kiss on his lips. Business finished? I asked. I have not seen them for the whole day. It was 2 o'clock and I was missing them. We have a short time to go still. We just wanted to see you and know you are all right. When are you going to go back to school? Evan said, coming into the room, taking my hands in his and pulling me away from Edwin into his arms. I lavished the feeling. School? I never thought of it, I said. You need to go until your graduation, Edwin said. Okay, I'll start when you enroll me. Sounds good. We will contact Greenville High. Okay, how long do you have left with me? I asked, knowing they will have to go back soon. About now, Evan said, looking at his watch. He placed a kiss on my cheek and left the room. I smiled and turned to face Edwin. Bye, babe. he said, placing a kiss on my lips softly, and walked out after his brother. I watched them leave and closed the door behind them. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes as the sun beat against my back. I wanted to go for a run. I opened the door and smiled at the guards outside. I'm still getting used to them all around my home. It's been a few weeks since I became queen. Everything became better a few days after me, and my mates went into that sleepy coma state. It took a while to get back to my normal self. Everything has gone back to normal, and I've been guarded, but not to the point of annoyance. I understood that I was important, and all wolves will be sorrowful if any of me or my mates hurt. I understood all the trouble it would cause if I was not careful. I'm going for a run. Come with me, but stay behind me. I will alert you if something is wrong. I want you there, but there is something I need to do. I told my favorite guard, David. He always went with me on my runs when Evan and Edwin were not able to. He never spoke often, but he nods, which he just did. Good, I said, smiling at him and making my way to a door leading to the garden. I sent my mates the message through the link. I went outside and looked around. The children had gone inside. Silence filled the atmosphere. I took off my dress, folded it, and shifted. I put the dress back in my mouth and ran, knowing my guard was behind me. I stopped when I met the beautiful scenery and shifted back, putting on my dress. Before me was a waterfall, one I have not yet seen before. I raised my hands towards the sky and tilted my head upwards, closing my eyes, focusing on the nature around me. I felt the power run through me and loved it. I felt the sun brighten and flow down on me. The wind around me blew fiercely but comforting. The waterfall became louder. The earth trembled. The feeling of heat and fire comforted my palms. I was an elemental wolf. I opened my eyes and saw everything around me. I enjoyed the way the water looked, manipulated and floated around me after being lifted from the morning rain. My hair was blowing in the wind. The way the earth danced under my feet. The way the fire appeared in my palms. I stopped it. Everything became still. That was beautiful, Leah, I heard my mate say. I turned around and met their eyes. There was a smile on their faces, in awe of what just happened. I thought you were in a meeting, I told them, smiling at them, walking in their direction. It ended an hour ago. We came here to come and spend time with you as quick as we could. That was amazing, Evan said. He took my hand and kissed it gently. It felt so too. This was what my father was talking about. I asked in a statement, but sounded like a question. Yes, this has never been done before. Edwin said, thinking. You've found your power. We need to speak to your father. Yes, but for now, let's enjoy the beauty of this place. I walked to the edge of the waterfall, putting my feet in the water. Evan sat at my left and Edwin on my right. They placed a kiss on my temple and I set my head on Edwin's shoulder. Hey, Daddy. Hello, Princess. How are you? He asked. I'm fine. Evan and Edwin are here. We are all doing good. You are on speaker, by the way. I told him through the phone. Hey, boys. I hope you're taking care of my princess, he said in a tough voice, totally changing from what it was with me, making me giggle. Yes, sir. They both said in sync. In. It still made me tremble, in pleasure. Dad, what were you saying that night? Why am I special? I asked. I see you found yourself. How do you mean? I asked, wishing he would stop with the riddles. You have elemental blood in you, from your mother's side. It was never awakened with her or past generations. I don't know the purpose for it. You just will need to use it when the time comes. I'm not saying it there will be a time, because there may never be a time you will need to use it. But it is there to protect you. My father said, Dan, okay, so I'm the first elemental in a long time in our family? I asked. Well, not exactly. By the way, which one do you have? He asked. How do you mean? I inquired. Well, there is fire, water, air, and earth, he said down the phone. I heard the door open and heard my mother's voice. Hurry, dinner breakfast has been ready for quite a while now. Who are you talking to? My mother asked in a stern voice, making me laugh. It's Chameleia. She has found her powers. Oh, that's good, darling. Which element do you have control over? She questioned. Well, I just asked her that, but you interrupted, Harry said, making my mother shush him. Well, I have all of them, I told her, and they gasped. I looked at my mates, and their face bore confusion. Ish, all? I heard my mother repeat in a whisper. What does that mean? I asked her. You will be the one to lead our race out of hiding, she said. But you knew that. I looked at Evan and Edwin. Yes, I did. We are finally going to be free. To be who we are. My mother and father stated, I guess they did not know that's what my mates were planning. Anyway, Mr. and Mrs. Maxwell, we need to go now. We are wanted for dinner, Edwin said. Bye, boys. Take care of my princess. My father said, Dan, bye, darling. Take care. My mother said, I smile at them. Bye, Mum. Bye, Dad. I replied. They hanged up, and I turned to my mates. They took my hands in theirs, and we walked to the dining room. We walked in silence. We walked in silence. A comfortable one. Leah, we did not tell you something. Edwin said, making me come to a halt. What is it? I asked, knowing we told each other everything. We are elemental too, but we both have different powers. I drew in a shocked breath at Edwin's words. I have water, Evan said. And I have fire, Edwin finished. I stood shocked, mouth opened. We've always known, we have just always hid it and not done it. I cannot believe we forgot about it till today. Mother and father knew, they just told us not to practice. We must hide it. It's too dangerous for it to be a known fact. Only use your power when you are in danger, with us or alone. Evan said, looking me dead in the eyes. I nodded my head. We are sorry we did not tell you. It slipped our minds. You doing it today have brought it back to our memory like it has just been reactivated. Something was blocking it out, Edwin said, thinking again. I understand. Let's go for dinner, and then I need to get to bed early. School tomorrow morning, right? I asked. Yes, you are. Now Kath, Luke, mother and father, and a few others are waiting for us. They said. We walked into the room, and everyone stared at us. Oops, us wolves are very hungry. No one is never late for food in this place. I giggled at their faces. They broke out into smiles. As soon as we took our seats, the food came out and everyone ate. Having little discussions in their small groups, I just ate silently, thinking about all that has happened. What was about having all 4 elements? How can I use them to protect myself? So many questions. When dinner was over, Evan, Edwin, and I went back to our rooms. I slid my dress off and walked into the bathroom and did the same thing I've done before. You coming? I asked them, swaying my hips as I walked. They gave me the same response I'd have many times before. We filled the bathtub. I still have not gotten used to the size. I relaxed along with my mates. I used my power to manipulate the water. I thought doing something like this would take time, but it did not. It was like a natural instinct. Evan took me into his arms. I was sitting on his naked lap, kissing my ear. I lost my concentration on the water and gave in. Edwin come between my spread thighs and kissed me on the lips. I'd intended to be in bed early, but it was not early as I thought by the time we showered off and got out. But I was happy and satisfied. They held me in their arms while we slept. I dreamt of being out alone with nature. Chapter 20. I woke up with the sun on my skin, my eyes open and closed. The light was too bright. I was held close to someone and kissed on the nose, forehead, eyelids, and finally, lips. Wake up, babe, I heard Evan whispered into my ears. His voice was rough and husky. I loved it. I opened my eyes and pulled back from the kiss. I looked into the green eyes opened in front of me. I started to get lost just staring at them. I saw the smile in his eyes. I smiled back and gave him a peck. They send the uniform. You need to go to school. Now, Edwin said. I rolled over and got pulled into his chest. I was facing the green eyes of Evan. I pouted, sending a message that I did not want to go. But he just gave me a peck. I don't want to go. Why don't we just stay here in bed? I asked. It benefits all of us. I heard a groan behind me, and I saw Evan close his eyes, as if to clear his thoughts. Don't make me dress you, Leah, Evan said. I could not see anything wrong with that, to be honest. Oh, please do, as long as you let your hands linger. I don't mind, I said, giving him a cheeky smile. He groaned. Fine, I said, giving up. I climbed over him and walking to the shower. I heard groans and then remembered I was still naked. I giggled and ran the rest of the way, knowing they would be following. After the shower, I saw the uniform placed on the bed. I had just finished drying my hair as my mate went to dress. I was going to be late. I knew it. I got on the uniform, which seems cooler than those in England. I had a pleated skirt which reached just above my knees due to my long legs, fitted white blouse, and a sweater vest and a blazer above. It had a black and gold color scheme. I liked it, but the whole point of going to school in America was the fact that there was none. This had to be a private school. You will be going to Greenville High for some courses and Green NYC High for other classes. Some things are taught better in New York. Edwin said, coming up behind me, wrapping his arms around me, looking at me in the mirror. How do I look? I asked, smiling. You look beautiful. I like a girl in uniform, he said with a cheeky smile. I hit him on the arm, but I could not help the smile that broke out. I twisted in his arms, and I wrapped mine around his neck. I pecked him. Okay, wait, how am I getting to New York? I asked. Our private plane will be ready to pick you up from Ville High to NYC High, he answered. Okay, let's go. I'm hungry. I took myself out of his arms and held onto his hand, pulling him out of the room and into the big kitchen. After the long breakfast, I went to brush my teeth and added minimum makeup. I put on some black flats and exited the room. I met the twins in their office, poking my head inside. I'm ready to go. They raised their heads and smiled. I walked into the study and kissed both their cheeks. They stood up and closed their laptop lids. I looked at them confused. Okay. You cannot leave David and the other guards, Evan said with a serious look on his face. I reluctantly nodded my head. I will drop you today. Evan has some things to do, Edwin said. You do not have to. I will be fine, I reassured him. I want to, he said, kissing my cheeks. I'll meet you at the door. I walked over to Evan and kissed him on the cheek. He pouted. Yes, pouted and grabbed me back into his arms for a full-on kiss. I leaned into his arms, letting his lips take over mine, enjoying the electricity that flowed. I felt wind around us. I pulled back and opened my eyes to see his green ones. I smiled. He returned it. From the corner of my eyes, I could see the water in his glass was floating in mid-air. I let it down gently. I needed to get a hold on these powers. Bye, I said. Reluctantly letting myself out of his arms, he picked up my fingers and kissed the tips. I smiled and left the room. I reached the stairs, hurrying up. I looked around for the phone in my pocket. When I found it, I saw a text from Patty. Patty, have a good day at school, hun? I smiled and replied, Me? You too. Love and miss you, P. I saw Edwin smiling at me and he held out his hand for me to hold. We walked into the limo in silence. When we were both inside, Edwin pulled me into his arms onto his lap. Are you ready for today? He asked. I smiled and kissed his lips. Yep, I said into the kiss. He deepened it and was passing his hands through my hair. I straddled him, putting he between my legs, and I passed my hands into his soft, silky hair. I moaned into the kiss. We broke it. My forehead on his, looking into his eyes once again. I buried my head into his shoulder, breathing in his appetizing scent. We stayed like this until the limo came to a stop. I climbed off him, immediately missing the feel of him passing his hands gently through my hair. He got out the limo and held his hands out for me to take. I got out, looked around, and noticed I was not late. Everyone was there, staring at me and Edwin. He rubbed his thumb at the back of my hand. It was too quiet for a place full of people. Looking at the school building, it was beautiful. Everything was so expensive and rich. Edwin and I started walking through the crowds. I looked behind and saw David and the other guards sending a smile to them. We all walked through the main doors into the office. Edwin knew where everything was. You came to school here. I asked kind of like a statement. Yeah, you will like it here, he said, looking down at me, flashing a smile. We were outside the principal's door. Edwin knocked. I removed his hands from mine and he wrapped his arms around my shoulders, pulling him closer to me. The door opened. The principal, a nice man, was in front of me. The conversation was short, just about little things. I zoned out. Nice meeting you, Mr. Cranston said, holding out his hand. I took it and shook it. He handed me my schedule and a map. We exited the room and I walked Edwin back to the limo, which will drop him back home. He pecked me on the lips, knowing people around me were looking. The bell went and everyone hurried around me. Bye. Love you, I said. I love you too. Stay safe, matey, he said, smiling gently. I turned, knowing he would be looking until I was safely inside of the building. I took out my map and schedule, seeing that I had English. I giggled, remembering the last time I had an English lesson. I remembered I had with Evan. David next to me. My close guard looked at me as I was crazy. I shook my head. Long story, I said, still giggling. We walked together in the hallway full of people. I looked into the window of my English class and saw people whispering to the person next to them. The class stopped when the teacher stood up. I opened the door and saw all whispering stop. I walked up to the teacher and passed the letter. The principal said I had to give to all my teachers. He scanned the letter and gave it back. Class, this is Chameleia. Make her feel welcome. He turned to me and said, take a seat anywhere. Then he went back to his desk. English was my favorite lesson. I took a seat next to a guy in the middle of the room. I looked for David and saw him standing at the side of the door. He had a serious expression and started to look around the room. He made me chuckle. When the class was over, David and the other guards walked me to my next lesson. Maths. I hated the subject so much, but I was average at it. The same thing happened, like the other teacher. But he told me to introduce myself when I thought it was not necessary, since I was known by almost everybody in Greenville as New Queen. I did so and went to a seat in the front row. The class went slow, and I was not paying attention for the first day of school since most of the time I could hear the whisper all around me in the class. I had freeze through my day though. I entered the Phil dinner hall and sat down at an empty table. The guards also sat, having conversations. I turned to David. "Do you enjoy following me?" I asked. "It's not following, it's protecting," he said, making me smile. I felt a tap on my shoulder. I turned around to see a smiling girl. Her skirt too short, makeup-caked face. "Hey, I'm Diana." I stood up so I was leveled with her. I saw her step back. I smiled and shook her hand. "I'm Leah. Nice to meet you." I said back, going to sit down. I felt her touch me. I did not like it. I turned back to her and she saw the fire in my eyes and took another step back. "Good. I just wanted to tell you that you are no one here," she said with a sweet smile. Anyone would think she said something rather nice. I smiled back. "You say it like it's a bad thing," I said. I sat down. My lunch was in front of me. I thank whoever put it there. When I finished, I stood up. "I need the bathroom." David stood up and walked me to the closest one. "Don't worry about the people here. Some are rich and think they are above all." I smiled at him. He waited outside for me as I went to the toilets. Everything looked clean. I went into the stall. When I came out, I washed my hands and looked at myself in the mirror. It was someone I thought I will never see here. "Why are you so surprised?" she sneered. "What are you doing here?" I blinked and blinked, trying to get her out of my head. "I am sorry, but I have to," she said with a guilty expression. "You are not supposed to be here," I said to her. She was meant to be back in England, rotting in a cell by now. "I don't want to. Please, don't hate me." Then the darkness enveloped me. Chapter 21. I was in a room. It was dark. I turned my head and smelled blood. My eyes were still closed and I didn't want to open them, but I could see the darkness behind my eyelids. Maybe it's because I'm dreaming. I feel like I have no control over my body. I feel overwhelmed. I hate feeling like I can't control myself. My other senses are heightened and I can smell blood around me, which I don't think is a good thing. I kept hearing a faint beep. I heard whispers, tickling my ears. When my eyes attempted to open on their own accord, I saw a strange, scared face looking down at me. He had a scary face. I knew it wouldn't leave my memory. He was a muscular man, in his 30s or 40s. It was hard to tell. "Wake up, princess," he said. "Let me see those eyes again." He forced my eyes open. I saw shadows crossing over his face. "Or is the princess awake?" I heard to my left. It was Ruth, the woman I used to call mother. She was doing this. How could I not have known? I could not turn my face to look at her. I was so scared. I felt my body shake. I still had no control of my body or anything else around me. "What's happening, honey?" I heard the scar-faced man ask. He was talking to Ruth. Calling her honey? This was not supposed to happen. She screamed a step back. I could feel my power arising. The elements inside me weaving together like threads, then burst out to push away anyone who near me. Then I heard something was beating inside my belly. Her heartbeat is speeding. How is she? Is she in pain? Why is she screaming and shouting? Sedate her. No, she hates needles. Don't hurt my mate. I stopped shaking. My eyes snapped open. After a while, my heart went back to normal, only to be plunged into darkness once again. I was drawing back into consciousness. I had a headache so bad I did not want to move my head in fear of making it worse. I opened my eyes but did not move my head. I moved my hands up to my head, rubbing my temples, only to hear people shouting, "She's awake." My headache got a bit better. I guess they gave me some painkillers through the drips. I was not paying attention. I was still in a hazy state. I felt someone's hands rubbing my head, replacing the job of my hands. I felt my hands being lifted to the tips of someone's lips and knew these were the hands and lips of my mates. The thought alone gave me comfort. I don't. How after being asleep so long, I could be tired. I let my eyes droop, knowing my mates were by my side. When I woke up, I found out that I was in my bedroom. What happened? And I asked in a raspy voice full of sleep. Ruth was here. We do not know why she is here, but she is hiding and a threat. We cannot find her. Evan said. I sat straight up, but then regretted it. I lay back down and turned to my side to face away from Evan. I let the tears fall out of my eyes. I was beginning to feel safe. I was beginning to enjoy life once again. My vision blurred, but I blinked as soon as I saw Edwin came into view. I tried to blink my tears away. Don't hide from us, Leah. It hurts. I felt guilty and allowed myself to be hugged closer to their warm body. I cried into their shoulder. When I felt better for words, they spoke to me. We are sorry. I do not know how she got into the kingdom. We thought she would no longer be a threat. We spoke to your father and he had no idea how it happened, Edwin said. I nodded. Maybe I was not better for words. But I spoke anyways. She was there. And a man, I said. But we only smelled her scent. Evan said, confused. I was in a dark room, paralyzed. It felt so real. He was there. She was there, I continued. I do not understand. Who was he? Edwin asked. I don't know. He had scars on his face. It was too dark. It felt so real. I told them, you are safe now, Leah. You would not be going back to that place. He promised me. You would not be going back to school, he continued. I had no objections to that. I buried my head in Edwin's shoulder, only to be lifted and taken into our bathroom. After they undressed me, they laid me into the warm bath filled with water. I felt scared, thinking they were going to leave me. They undressed, entering the bathtub. The action reassured me. They held me between them. When we finished, I got dressed for a dinner we were going to have. It was with the principal of the school and his daughters. Evan and Edwin were going to cancel it, but I told them I felt up to it. We were informed that our guests had arrived. I held my mate's hands and we walked to the ground floor, the dining room. When we entered, I saw Diana smiling at Evan and Edwin. She had yet to acknowledge my presence. Hello, Edwin and Evan. Long time no see, she said. Next to her were a girl, who looked disgusted, and her father with a smile on his face. I guessed that was the reason she thought she owned the school. Hello, Diana. They both said in an annoyed voice, Principal Dixon. Nice to see you again, Evan said on behalf of himself and his brother. They shook hands. Hello, Leah. I'm sorry your first day did not go as well as we hoped, Mr. Dixon said. This is my younger daughter, Daisy. Daisy, this is Queen Leah, he said, pointing at his younger daughter. I saw Diana flip her hair. Nice to meet you, Daisy, I said with a smile. She looked disgusted with her sister. She was good in my books. Why? I want to apologize on behalf of my sister. She is, Daisy started interrupted. Enough, Daisy, her father said, making this seem like a normal occurrence. Okay, dinner should be ready, Edwin said, bringing my fingertips to his lips, then leading me to the table. After dinner, my mates went to their study to talk to the principal, leaving me with the two sisters. So, how old are you? I asked Daisy. I could not guess her age easy. I'm 16. So, in fact, I loved your dress that night. You became queen. She emphasized queen for her sister's sake. I looked at Diana, only to catch her rolling her eyes. Yeah, Evan has great taste, Diana said. I wondered how she knew, but let it go. I know, he has picked out all my dresses, and they all looked beautiful. I told her with a smile. She looked angry at my smile. I knew that she had read about that fact from tabloids, so her being angry at her failed attempt made me smile more. Please excuse me, I need to find the bathroom, Daisy said with an asking look. I gave her a nod to tell her she can leave my presence. She graciously walked out of the room. The atmosphere became tense. You're so sad, you know? You blacked out for days because of your fear. It's funny. Diana told me, taunting and laughing. You think you are queen, but I know better. Your mates were supposed to be mine. I stood up with so much force the chair moved back. I am queen and I deserve your respect, I told her in an alpha voice. I was not going to let what happened to me be held against me. I don't understand why your mother was begging to see you again, she said in a low voice. I was shocked. Did she mean Ruth? Ruth came to you? I asked, my heart rate speeding. Yeah, she promised. I will have Evan and Edwin back. Bitch was fake, just like you. The only good thing I got from it was not seeing your face for a day, she sneered. I stood back, but then remembered who I was. She had an evil glint in her eyes. They're out, I shouted. I no longer wanted her in my presence. Evan, Edwin, Mr. Dixon, and Daisy came through the door. I was breathing hard. I said, "Get out," I said in a more steady voice. I looked out of a window, refusing to look at her anymore. I saw Evan and Edwin shaking the principal's hand. When everyone was gone, my mates came to my side. They hugged me. "Leah, what happened?" Edwin asked me, moving my hair from my face. "She did it. She allowed Ruth to enter the school." I told them the conversation that was between us, and they began to shake, but they hugged me closer. For the rest of the evening, we stayed watching a movie in the living room. They promised they will sort everything out and punish Diana. A pack from another state is coming to stay with us. It is a small pack, but strong pack. Too small, we are thinking of joining the packs together. They may not stand an attack. Evan said, "Is that all right with you?" "Yes, this place is big and too empty for my liking." I laughed a bit. I felt myself drowsing, not really paying attention. "I love you." Edwin whispered into my ears. My fingertips rose to Evan's lips. I gave a small smile before I blacked out. In their arms. Chapter 22. I walked into my kitchen. Today was the day the other pack was going to join us here, and I felt happy, but wanted everything to look good and presentable. I felt someone walk behind me and put their arms around my waist. "Babe, stop worrying," Edwin said. "Everything is going to be fine," he said with a smile. The pack coming to us was a friend of theirs. It was going to be nice to see new faces. I don't want to go to school. Kath was pouting, making me laugh. She could get anything from Luke with that, but with Evan and Edwin, I don't think it would be that easy. "I will drop you. I will even be your guard if you want," Luke said, but she kept pouting. "You will just distract me though." "I want to stay home," she said, blushing. "You have to go? For me?" he said to her with a charming smile. He drew her into his arms, and she nodded in his chest. I smiled at the exchange. It has been about a week since the incident with Ruth and Diana. I have been happy for that. Nothing drastic has happened. I had not been back to school, though I loved the thought of going to New York, but it does not matter anymore. I have a tutor coming in to teach me, and if I work harder than I do in school, I would be able to finish school really soon. After Christmas, I hope. My tutor was not coming today, which I was happy for. I wanted to prepare for my guests, help the maids out a bit. "Babe, why don't you just rest? You have been tired the whole week." "You look stressed," Edwin said, kissing my temple. "But I need to help." "The maids like it when I help," I said to him. They also like to serve you," Evan said, coming out of nowhere and kissed my pouty lips. Fine. I went to my room and took out a book from the library. It's my favorite thing to do. Many people watch TV or play games, but I find reading very interesting. I tried to keep my eyes open, but then I thought, if I resist sleep while I read, I'll never remember half of what I read. I closed the book and closed my tired eyes. I felt someone come into the room and throw a blanket on me. Evan and Edwin told me, "No one's been here." I woke up a few hours later. Someone was knocking on the door. "Leah, you need to get ready. The pack is nearly here," Kath shouted through the door. I moaned and turned. Soon after, I figured I would never get back to sleep. I threw the covers of me and stood stretching. I could not help the big yawn that escaped my lips. Damn, I overslept, and my mates did not want to wake me. Typical. I walked to my room and opened the wardrobe. The Greenville pack was going to meet the Eastern pack. There was going to be a BBQ thrown in the gardens. Greenville is a sunny place, and I loved not freezing in the winter. The seasons did need a bit getting used to. I was looking at my dresses in the wardrobe, stuck between the two. Evan came and placed a kiss on my temple, hands on my waist. "That one," he said, pointing at the one at a simple floral cocktail dress. I smiled and raised up to kiss him on his lips. He didn't wake me up. I told him with a straight look on my face. I could not get angry with any of them. "Sorry, you looked so cute," he said, giving me a guilty smile. My heart flipped and I let my smile out. I walked into the dress and moved my hair aside. "Zip me up, please," I said. He took a deep breath, shocked, but still zipped me up. "What is it?" "He said it was urgent," Edwin said, coming to the room breathing heavy. I had a confused look on my face. I looked at Evan, but he was frozen. "What's wrong?" I asked, frightened. Evan still frozen. I looked between him and Edwin. Edwin came across the room, shook his brother. "Dude, you said it was urgent." "Is it, Leah?" "Dude, you are killing me." Edwin rambled on. "Arn!" Evan shook himself. I could breathe again. "What is wrong?" I asked again, holding on to Evan's hand, wanting him to look at me. He only gave Edwin a look, and Edwin came behind me and rubbed his nose against my skin, making me aroused. Not the time, Edwin, I said, breathy, but he froze. Would someone tell me what is going on? I shouted. Your smell has changed. Evan said. Yeah, I know. It changed when I mated with you guys. I said, in a duh voice. They should have known. It would have changed when I mated with them. This was months ago. Of course it would have changed. Leah, sit down. He held my hand and led me onto the bed. Edwin shook himself like his brother did. A smile broke out on their faces. Damn, they confused me. Leah, darling, Evan started, dragging it off. You're pregnant, Edwin said, cutting it short and simple. Well, wasn't that easy, I said. Wait, what? What? I exclaimed. Was I ready? I knew I would be soon, but was I going to be a good mother? Babe, this is a good thing. Great thing. You are going to be the best mother, Edwin said. He kissed my lips. Evan took me by the waist, carried me bridal style, my face in his chest. Really? I am, I said, self-doubt in every one of my words. Evan tightened his grip on my. You really are. You will be the best mother to our child, he said. We need to hurry up. Okay, if you think so. We should get going. Evan let me out of his arms. I felt colder. I put my shoes on. I looked at them. They were wearing dark jeans and dress shirts. Damn, you guys look good, I said, lightening the mood. And you beautiful? They said in sync, making me blush. I went natural out tonight. I could not be bothered to put anything on my face. Come on, I said with a smile. Evan took a jacket and handed it to me. Just in case, he said. They were still smiling like idiots, making me do the same. I don't know why I had self-doubt. I'm happy now. I have little Edwin and Evan inside of me. I could not be any happier. They took my hand, which fit perfectly in mine, as always. I gave them both a kiss on their cheeks. We walked around the castle. It was not time for the BBQ just yet. Everyone had to get settled in and shown into their rooms. Then the BBQ will start. The pack will show up a bit later. The Eastern pack was waiting for us in the foyer. There was quite a bit on them here. Some already had houses around the city, but others were going to move in here for a while. Evan and Edwin set everything up. Welcome to Greenville and the Greenville Palace. Evan said in a strong voice. I found quite sexy. My wolf purred. He looked at me and sent me a wink. I am King Evan, he carried on. Welcome. I am King Edwin, and this is our mate and your queen, Leah. Edwin said in his alpha voice. Welcome. I hope you had a comfortable journey. You will be shown to your rooms, freshen up, and we will start the BBQ when the whole pack comes. I said confidently with a smile. They all bowed and followed the maids into their rooms. The alpha came to us. Welcome, Charlie. It's good to see you again, Evan said, giving him a man hug. He was a young man, about 23-25, a bit older than my mates. Thank you. The rest of the pack will be here tonight, he said, giving Edwin a man hug. This is my mate, Nancy, he said, pointing at a beautiful woman. Nice to meet you, my queen and king, she said, bowing her head. She looked tired. Welcome. You look tired. I will show you to your room, I told her. Edwin rubbed the small of my back, his hand leaving a trail of heat. She smiled at me. I would like that, she said. I held my arm out for her, and she looped hers in mine. We walked away, casting a glance behind. I smiled at my mates, and Charlie, who looked grateful. That is all I need you for, guys, I said to the maids. You can go home or come for the BBQ. You are all welcome. Tell the others the same. Thank you for your hard work, I said with a smile. They bowed their heads and smiled. No problem, Leah, they all said. I walked Nancy upstairs. They had a nice room. Thank you. You do not know how hard it is to move. It has been a long day, she said with a shy smile. I came from England, remember. Don't worry, everything will be okay, I told her with a smile. The other pack should be here soon. See you soon. I walked out of the room, seeing Charlie on the way out. He sent me a smile. Thank you, Luna. I smiled and nodded, as if to say, it's fine. Chapter 23. I went back down and the Eastern pack was ready. I saw Evan and went to him. My pack was turning up. I did not know all their names, but I knew some nice ones who came over on Sundays and some days in the week to be together. Evan smiled and hugged me in his arms. This is not going to be too bad, is it? I asked. It will be fine. They are not staying here permanently. They will have to go back to their territory soon. They just needed to get stronger to go back. Plus, this is an amazing opportunity for some to meet their mates, he said. I could feel he was smiling, my head buried in his chest. Let's go out. There should be some of the pack here already, he said. The night was good. I had fun meeting people my age and some of Evan's and Edwin friends. Some of my pack did meet their mates. It was nice to see and be around. Everyone was smiling. My mate's parents were here and I was happy. Edwin held my hands gently in his. We had already eaten the food. The BBQ was done by the men, and other foods like salads were already prepared by the women. Hello, Edwin and Leah. It's a beautiful evening, isn't it? I looked up, moving my head from Edwin's shoulder. I suppressed a groan. Indeed it is. How are you? Found your mate? I asked her. Anna. And yes, I did, she said. I smiled once again. He is everything I thought he would be, she said with a strong smell of alcohol. That's good to hear. I went back to rest my head on my mate's shoulder. Yeah, I just wanted to apologize. You know, about Ruth. She came to me again, but I told her to leave me alone. I understand why you had to come here and steal my first mates though. That woman is something else. It's really hard to get rid of her. All she wanted to do is talk about how you messed up her life. Don't worry, I think she got the message and would leave me alone now. Well, she did want something first before she did. I gave it to her and she kept to her word. Anyway, watch your back. She may have given up on me, but she wants something from you. She finished rambling. Evan and Edwin stood up. I was still frozen. She had put me in danger once again, and called Edwin and come her mates. Damn, I want to slap this girl. But I had self-control. She was obviously drunk. Someone took her away. I was still frozen. I am not scared of her. Evan and Edwin excused themselves and me. They walked me inside and went. We were out of view. They hugged me. When will she leave me alone? I am tired of living in fear. She's not going to hurt my baby. I won't let her. Someone is talking to Diana to see what she said to Ruth. We will find her. We will find her. Go to your private room and we will finish everything here, Edwin said. Edwin said. I felt tired, and I walked to the room I was in earlier. I sat on the couch, tired. I heard laughing behind me. A came from her hiding place. She had blonde hair, which was obviously Di. Are you lost? I thought your pack told you the ground rules. You are not supposed to be in here, I said with a strong voice. She came to face me. Oh, sorry, I did not realize, she said. I realized the voice. E. She saw recognition on my face and she threw her head back laughing. Had sweet dreams? She asked. She knew I saw her and the man. He came out of the room. He looked scary. I kept my face strong, though my body was shaking, in fear. Hello, Leah, he said. His voice made me shiver. I reached out for my mate's link, sending them my fear and fright. They sent me comfort and strength. Why won't you just let me be? You followed me here to my home. What do you want? I asked, stalling them. Well, you've done nothing but cause me trouble. I kept you and you turned on me. I hate you. I thought your father loved me, but he had your mother. I wanted to give you love, and I did. But you reminded me of the love I would never had. My mate is gone, and I always, though Harry would come back to me, I ran away with you. Don't worry, I forgive you, but you still need to die, she said. The big man with a scar on his face came behind me and held me down. I began thrashing. Why, baby? He held me down, strong and firm. I was on my back. Ruth bent down to my level. I did not scream, but I could not stop thrashing. I don't know if my eyes betrayed my fear. She brushed my hair out of my eyes. I saw the woman she was when she took care of me. She pulled out a needle and gave me a sadistic smile. She injected some of the contents. I stopped thrashing. I heard shouting and 2 gunshots. The injection wiped me out. I was being pulled into my mate's chest. Stay awake, he commanded me. I could not. Whatever Sarah gave me, it was going into my bloodstream, fast. My babies. Was the last thing I said. It was not the first time that darkness swallowed me. Chapter 24. I was lying down. I guess it was in a deep sleep. I wanted to wake up. I wanted to open my eyes. I could not hear anything. I could feel the sheets under my hands. I tightened my grip on them. I could not feel my body. I know something was wrong. I tightened wide grip, and I felt the wind pick up. I felt water droplets fall on my skin in an arrogant manner. I gripped the sheets tighter and gasped loudly through my mouth, which got me lurching forward. I fell back to the sheets, and my hearing came back. I heard shuffling around my body. Chaos took place all around me, and I tried to pry my eyes open. Leah, babe, you need to wake up, Evan's voice said to me. Calm your elements. The wind is blowing everything away, Edwin said with urgency. Breathe, babe. Just take deep breaths. So, he said. I tried to follow his instructions. My eyes were still closed. My sharp breathing turned to slow ones. My mates held onto my hands and they brought comfort with every touch. What happened? I asked blindly. She's still alive, Evan said. I started bawling out. This was supposed to be over. My breathing became short and erratic. The wind blew around me. I heard a glass shake. I guess it had water in it. The more I did this, the stronger I felt, but also the weaker. I could feel the energy strain. I was beginning to feel tired. Leah, breathe. My mates shouted over the ruckus I was creating. I complied. I had no energy left. She had drained me. We have her and the man. They are in the dungeons, never getting out. They will be sentenced to death for harming the queen and her pups. She will be put to justice. But you need to stay calm. Just breathe, babe. Now, Evan said to me. She was locked away? Does that mean I am safe? What about my baby? She is gone. You don't have anything to worry about. Everything is fine. What about my babies? I shouted with exclamation. I needed to know they are fine and safe. They had to be. I felt pain in the back of my head, I guess where I fell, but the pain was easing up. I guess it was my wolf's way of ensuring the babies do not feel my pain. They are fine. Do not stress, Leah. If you do, they would react to it. Evan said, you need rest. I forgot she gave me an injection. Would our children die? I asked him, scared of the answer. I did not want to hear it, but I needed to know. No, your pregnant wolf helped to push the silver out of your body. It made you stronger. The dosage was not big enough to do you harm. And the harm it done, your wolf protected our babies from it. Evan said, Diana did this. She told me she gave Ruth something. I guess this was it, I said. I must have sounded broken. All the things I have gone through, they were not easy to forget. I wrapped my arms around my stomach and felt Edwin's arms pulling me to his chest. He carried me back to our room. I guess it was the same night. I was in the same clothes from the BBQ. He laid me on the bed once inside. He took my clothes off and his. He held me to his naked body. I felt safe. His body gave me warmth. I felt the bed dip on the other side and opened my eyes to look at Evan from the spooning position I had with Edwin. His body was also naked. My eyes raked over him. He came leveled with my stomach, placing kisses around where the bumps would show in a few weeks. Werewolf pregnancy only lasted 4 months, and the majority of the time, there were more than one. I felt happy as he trailed kisses all over my naked body. The softness of his lips had me closing my eyes. Go to sleep, baby mama, Edwin whispered. His was breath behind my neck. I followed his wishes, closing my already fluttering eyes and drifting off to the feeling of kisses, tenderly burning my skin. I felt a kiss on my lips. I felt myself turning, not wanting to wake up. I faced away from the kiss. There was another kiss being placed on my lips, telling me I could not get away from the kisses. I turned on my back groaning and opened my eyes. As much as I love waking up this way, I'm tired, I said, looking above me, seeing my mates' smiling faces. Okay, they looked crazy. As much we like to wake you up this way, it's late. Get up, he said with a smile. I tried to hide my smile and close my eyes. Leah, kiss wake, kiss up, kiss please kiss. Wow, I loved to be woken up this way. I felt his lips still on mine, and then a few seconds of treasuring the moment, he released me. What's happening today? I asked in a sleepy voice. We are going to the hospital. We need to check on the babies and see how far along you are, Edwin said. I looked at them again, noticing they were still naked. What time is the appointment? I want to know how much time we have. It's at 3, it's now 1, Edwin said. Good, we still have time, I said in a low voice. Time for what? Evan asked, confusion in his eyes. His eyes stayed on mine. I knew he was trying to keep himself from looking at my body. Time for this, I said. I pulled him down, his lips touched mine. I knew he caught my drift. He opened his mouth, asked for entrance, which I gave. His tongue roamed my mouth, the one he has come to know and loved. I felt Edwin's hands caressing my body. I moaned. The kiss and the strokes had my hormones raging, my skin sensitive to their touch. I allowed them to both take me at the same time. It felt painful at first, like before, but then the pain turned into pleasure. They explained to me the first time we did this, that it is the only way I could get pregnant by both of them. I never thought it would feel this good at first. After what happened last night, I wanted to be safe with them. I knew I would miss this once my stomach swells up. After our actions, we had a shower. We needed to hurry up or else we would be late, and it would be my fault. I could not help it. After we dressed, we walked into the kitchen and I saw Nancy with some other women in her pack in the kitchen. They made breakfast for everyone, but it was late and everyone had already eaten. Edwin went over to the fridge. "Morning, Nancy," I said with a smile. "Good morning, Leah," the Luna said with a smile. "Everyone already ate. I am going to go get dressed. Charlie is taking me around the city." Her face brightened up when she mentioned her mate. I had to smile. "Okay, have a nice day," I said, still smiling at her. She bowed her head and walked out. Evan's arms were around me in an instant, his hands resting on my stomach. His actions made me smile. I brought my attention to Edwin, who was moving swiftly around the kitchen. My eyes wide. I did not know he cooks. I whispered to Evan behind me. Edwin concentration on the omelette he was making for all of us. As deep he did not hear me. "Yep, he loves to do so. He is amazing at it," he replied, kissing the top of my head as he drew me closer to him, as if I could get closer. "J'ai fini," Edwin said with a French accent. "I'm finished." He repeated in English, making me smile, though I preferred it in French. I had to admit, it turned me on. The taste of his cooking had the same effect on me as the accent. Damn hormones, but it tasted good. Was that weird? After we ate, God, it was good. We got the driver to bring us to the hospital. Most people did not like the hospital because it reminded them of death. I was one, although this was the best experience I would ever had in one. Hopefully, I would be able to see them. Evan and Edwin only took up on my scent, but I knew that I had been pregnant for more than 2 days. I felt a small bump. After we walked through the hospital, went waiting room, but before we got to sit, we were called in. It was a female doctor. "Hello, I'm Rosie. Please come and take a seat. I'm going to be your doctor through your pregnancy," she said with a smile, pausing for questions. "Okay, let's get through it then. Leah, please lie on the bed. I want to check the heartbeats and see how far along you are," she continued. I complied and did as she asked. Evan and Edwin were very silent. I eyed them and they gave me a soft smile. The doctor, Rosie, put cold gel on my stomach. They put the machine on my stomach and moved it around. I looked at the monitor in front of me. I could not see a thing. I held on to Edwin and Evan's hands. They were on either sides of me. A few seconds passed. I heard the doctor counting and stopped at 3. 3 what? I inquired. "Nope, 4. You're having quadruplets. Leah, congratulations. Their hearts are beating strong and healthy. I will get the pictures developed for you." "Excuse me," she said, walking out of the room. "Wow, I did not expect that," I said quietly and got no response. I looked to the left and right of me. They were both frozen. Great. "Guys," I groaned, "I need you to tell me it's okay, that I can do it," I said, shaking their hands, trying to get their attention back to me. It took them out of their trance and they looked at me. They kissed me on both cheeks and smiled. "You're going to be fine, Leah," Edwin said. "You are strong and a queen. You would get through it," Evan said, looking me deep in my eyes with no hesitation. He meant it. They both meant it. They bent down and placed 4 kisses each on my stomach. 1 each for all of their children. The doctor came back. They were not developed yet to tell the gender. She said, since I was a Luna, that the 4 months may be cut short and the pregnancy would be quicker. She gave me special pills containing all the vitamins and minerals. She told me roughly what kind of foods to eat. It was all becoming a reality. We exited the hospital after making an appointment for our next checkup. We had eaten in the city before we came home. When we came, it was quiet. We walked into the lounge, which was where the pack members who lived here was. They were all around the television, caught up in a show, Vampire Diaries. We backed out of the room and started laughing together. Everyone looked so caught up in the show, even the men. It made me double over in laughter. Not even my mates could hold theirs in. When we sobered up, we went to the study. After a while of my mates working and I sitting on the couch reading a book, there was a knock on the door. Edwin shouted, "Come in." The door opened to show the visiting pack Alpha. Alphas, my whole pack. "Thank you for allowing us into your home. We have heard that our pack is no longer threatened. We will be leaving later this week, but thank you for your hospitality," he said. I smiled. It had only been a short amount of time, but it was okay. I knew they had to go back some time. I just didn't thought it was going to be in a day's time. Thank you for coming. It was like a visit. We hoped you would have stayed longer, but if everything is all right at home, then it is fine. Evan said, raising his head from his work on the laptop. Just make sure that those who stays or leave with their mates' names are taken down. We would like to know who leaves or enters the pack. Edwin said. That is fine. Thank you. He bowed his head and exited the room. That was good timing, Evan said. Why so? I asked. Well, our journey of making the world aware of werewolf race is starting. Major alphas from all over the world are coming here, with their mates for a few days. We need to tell them our plan, Evan said. Which is what? I asked. Like they were just going to the President of the United States and tell them werewolves exist. Okay. And you guessed it. There is going to be a United Nations meeting. It would be easier this way. Important people are going to be there, and it is prophecy that this will go down well, Edwin said. And if it doesn't? I asked, getting to my feet. It will. It will. We are the first twin kings to rule the whole of this race nation. It is prophesied that we are the ones to break the gaps between human and us. There is no way it can go any other way, Evan said with so much finality. They were both standing up. The alphas would be here next week. Edwin said, sitting down, Evan following. There was tension in the room. Okay, I trust you both to know what you are talking about. I'm going for a walk, I said, leaving the room. I went to ours and changed my clothes to warmer ones. After doing so, I went downstairs and I noticed Charlie behind me standing tall. I waved to him, and he smiled back. I walked at the back of the castle into the woods. It was becoming dark, but I kept walking. After finding a clearing, I felt someone close to me. I turned around to see Evan. He smiled at me. He walked a few steps, so he was at the edge of the clearing and nodded to me. I closed my eyes and looked towards the sky. I felt the winds pick up. The grounds trembled silently, dancing under my feet. The water from the plants lifted up, just above my head. The fire in the palms of my hand kept my body warm and stayed strong through the wind and the water droplets surrounding me. I opened my eyes. I did not do this often, but whenever I did, I felt strength. I took in the beauty around me, my eyes wide like it were the first time I did this. I softly but slowly let everything go. The droplets found their way back to their place. The ground seized and stopped shaking. The wind blew, but only softly through my hair. The fire was disappearing. Then everything was gone. I was not tired physically, but I was drained emotionally. A lot happened today. I was tired. I felt Evan lift me up and walked back to our home. I fell asleep in his arms. Chapter 25. A week has passed, and you can see my bump more clearly. Everyone is excited for the birth of my children, and I mean everyone. We have received gifts from all over the world. It just makes me feel appreciated. My stomach is pretty big, for it has been about 2 weeks, but considering it's going to take under 4 months, and I am having 4, the doctor says it's normal. I'm not worried about the pain. Well, I am a bit, but my body was made to handle more than one child, being a wolf. The alphas and their mates should be arriving anytime. Evan said, coming behind me as I look at myself in our mirror, "You look radiant, beautiful," he says with a charming smile. I reflected his smile. His arms are wrapped around me, stroking my bump, sending never-ending tingles all around me. After holding me for a while, he let me go and went downstairs. I passed my hands through my hair, still looking in the mirror. I was wearing a dress. As we have been shopping for maternity clothes, nothing I had fit me anymore. I was still looking at myself when someone blocked my mirror. I looked up into the eyes of Edwin. He bent down and pecked my lips. He took my bottom lip between his teeth, making me moan. I wrapped my arms around his neck and played with his hair. I yanked it back and scraped my teeth down his neck. He shivered, making me moan. Damn hormones. I think I blame them too much. How are we going to do this, Edwin? I've only just got pregnant. You both will be going to the UN, and I'm scared. I don't want to be by myself, I said into his chest. The previous mood had been forgotten. Truth be told, I am scared. It was their mission to make, and I didn't know if it would go well. Leah, he said, kissing me. It gave me reassurance. We can feel you panicking. It's going to be fine. You are babies, me and Evan. We wanted you to come with us to the UN. You do not have to do much. Just give us support. We do not want you on your own. We should have cancelled the meeting because you were pregnant. But as the kings, we have to do this. It is in everyone's interest and safety. He ended with another peck. So I can come with you? I asked, looking up. We wouldn't want it any other way. Now come. "The alphas are arriving," he said. He held his hand out for me to take. His kissed the tips of my fingers, making me shiver. He smiled and led me downstairs. Edwin was there greeting the alphas that had arrived. Those who had mates came with them, which made me smile. It was lovely to see so many loved-up couples here. There were quite a few here. Some looked tough and some looked older and gentle, but I knew they were all tough and good alphas. They were the most important alphas in the world. All have alphas underneath them like they were under our, Evan, Edwin, and my ruling. They all turned serious as me and Edwin came into the room and bowed. The gesture made me smile. I gave a small bow back to them, knowing they too will like the gesture. After a while, everyone had greeted each other, and we all gathered and sat. My mates were standing either side of me, and they were going to talking. I kind of zoned out, because I had heard it before. They were planning to tell the world about our existence, so that we would be able to live in harmony. Some of the alphas knew about this as a rumor, but this is the first time it has come out. All the women gasped around the room. The men held firmly to their mates. I tightened the grip on my mates' hands. They squeezed it back in reassurance. Everyone calmed, downed, still shocked. My mates told them about their trip to talk to the United Nations, and how they would need a few of them to come. All volunteered to come, which made me proud of my mates considering they were all skeptical to begin with. It was beginning to get late, and everyone was ready to get settled into their rooms, but we had to eat. The meeting was rounded up for the night, and we were called in for supper. The women ate together, and the men ate together. You have a beautiful home. I don't know how you can make a place this big seem so homey. Anita said next to me. Thank you. We actually got an internal designer to help me, so it's not all me. I said with a laugh. Well, it looks good, she said. I smiled at her. Whereabout do you live? I asked her. Leah, why didn't you say dinner was ready? Came in a very tired-looking Kath. She was still rubbing her eyes. She and Luke had a bit of an argument, and she stays here until one of them apologizes. I thought Luke would crumble, but nope. Not yet, anyway. She opened her eyes again and looks around the quiet room. Her eyes went wide. She must have forgotten. I'll, be right back, she said, walking out of the room. I laughed a bit behind my hand at her expense. I excused myself from the table and followed her. Gash? I asked after I came into her room. I heard no reply but a sob. Kath, what is wrong? I asked, coming close and hugging her in my arms. I saw her holding a photograph of her and Luke. I miss him, but I don't want to give in. I thought he was in the wrong, but it was a pointless argument. He has not tried to call me after 2 days, Leah. 2 days. She broke down into another round of sobs. Why don't you suck it up and go to him? He looked like hell. I'm sure he does not look any better. I said to her, this was a pointless argument. What if he liked life better without me? Maybe that's why he has not come for me yet. She said, crying more. I hate to see her like this. Plus, she is being stupid, and I am sure she needs someone to slap the truth into her. How can she doubt his love for her? They are mates. She was being pathetic. Okay, I'm pregnant and tired of your crying and this whole shiz. You both need to talk to each other. So go, now, and don't come back until you have. I told her. She stopped crying and looked up at me. She got to her feet and walked out the door, sending a reassuring smile over her shoulder. I got back to the dining room to see everyone talking, but getting tired. The maids were around, and I signaled one of them to come. Miss, are the rooms ready? I asked her. Yes. Shall I get the others ready to get everyone to their rooms? She asked. I nodded and smiled. She bowed and went away. After a few minutes, all the servants were ready to take people to their designated rooms. I stood up and held my hand up. The room went quiet. Now, I'm sure everyone is tired and had a long journey. Please, go to one of my sirs and misses and they will guide you to your rooms. I hope everyone sleeps well and says a prayer before they sleep. Good night. I say, bowing to them, and they bowed back. Everyone stared to disperse, and my mates came to me. You're tired, Evan stated, pecking me on the lips. That I am. I said, smiling, I'll take care of everything down here. I'll be up soon, he said. He turned and walked away. I turned towards Edwin and he smiled, gathering me up into his arms, lifting me up bridal style. Once we entered the room, he placed me gently on the bed. Hovering above me, he undressed me, kissing my lips. His hands brushed every part of my body, sending tingles. Fireworks? Whatever. He did ignite my skin. He placed kisses down my neck and on my bump. I grabbed the bedsheets tightly. He kissed back up to my lips while I undressed him. Our lips never parted. His clothes never had a chance. He was naked above me. Finally, he entered me. Our breathing picked up. He kissed my moans away. I screamed his name. We were both done, and Evan came into the room smiling. He shredded his clothes away. I watched, biting my lip. He groaned, and the sound made me groan. Damn, he was all mine. I beckoned him over with my finger. I was still panting, and he was making my breath pick up all over again. When he was near, he shifted me so I was on top of him. I kissed down his chest and neck, licking over his mark. He growled. Once again, I was under him. He entered me roughly, dominance showing. I liked it. I looked over to Edwin. He was looking at us, biting his lip. He turned me on more. He was holding my hand. The pleasure was too much, our moans filling the room. I lied on Evan's chest and fell asleep. I was too tired. I felt Edwin hand brushing my hair from my face. She's too good. I was worked out the first time, yet she went another. Edwin said, she is too beautiful. She looks beautiful carrying our sons and daughters. Evan said, I felt him smile. I felt the love through our bond. Man, I love her. Me too, dear brother. Me too.